All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's public workshop on the low carbon fuel standard. My name is Cheryl Laskowski, and I oversee the low carbon fuel standard here at the California Air Resources Board. Before we get started, I just want to provide a little bit of context. So when we last had a workshop, it was in November, and since then, the board approved our 2022 scoping plan update. So during the presentation, you're going to see us referencing the scoping plan and the guidance and policy that it lays out and how our program is intending to align with it. In November, we also provided a lot of policy concepts to you all, and we got a lot of really good feedback from you at that workshop and through the public comment letters after, and through many meetings with stakeholders in the following 3 months. So I want to thank you all for providing really good input and meeting with the staff and explaining your positions on a number of items. So what that has done is it's allowed us to advance our concepts. And so you'll see more advanced details on the concepts from November. Some will have details, some staff are still working on, and some we're still asking for public input on. So we're at a good milestone here. It's really important that we got here today, thanks to all of you and the staff, to be able to have this this conversation at this time and start to put out the reg text. So so that's a really important milestone. The next steps are for us to develop the full package of regulatory text. So we've put out a bit today, looking for additional feedback on that from you all. And then the staff will be working on putting together the formal package that we'll put out in advance of a board hearing. So we've been talking about going quickly after the scoping plan was approved, and we're still on track to move quickly, as quickly as we can. So what we're aiming for is a late summer or early fall board hearing, and so a regulatory package would come out at least 45 days before that. So important to get your feedback today and through the public comments. And with that, we can get started. So I'm going to ask the members of our team to introduce themselves, and I'm going to start with Jordan.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jordan Ramalingam. I'm one of the managers in the LCFS team, and my team focuses on the policy aspects of the program. And with me today are some of my staff. We have Katrina Castellano, Ben Nicholson, Dylan Miner, and Kate Wilkins. Thanks.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Anil Prabhu. I'm one of the other managers in the low carbon fuel standard team. I manage the fuel pathway certifications for liquid biofuels, hydrogen, electricity, and some of the novel emerging fuels. Anil Baral is one of my lead staff, and he will be presenting in the afternoon session today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Connors, another supervisor with the program. I oversee quarterly reporting of fuel supplied to California, as well as credit banking and transfer. I'm joined today by Dr. Jacob Englander, as well as Scott Ablazalo. Thank you.
Ray, you're on mute. So Ray Chen is one of the other managers. I think he might be having some audio problems. So he's another manager who oversees fuel pathways and projects. And on his team here with us today are Ursula Lai and Guo Yu.
And I'm Greg Mayer, I'm Chief of the Program Planning and Management Branch, which oversees the mandatory reporting and verification of the low carbon fuel standard. I'm going to pass it off to Guihua Wang, who is the manager of the verification section. Guihua? Looks like Gwewa is also having audio trouble, so I'll introduce him. So Gwewa is the manager. Okay, he's working now. Good deal.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Guihua Wang, and manager of substance evaluation section, working primarily on low carbon fuel standard verification. I work with my staff, David Thompson and Tobias Munch, and they are here today too. Thank you.
Great, and we also have my supervisor, Matt Botil, here today. He's around. He might be coming on camera a little bit later, but so today, hey Matt. So today we have a lot to cover. So we have divided this workshop into a morning session and an afternoon session. So if you could advance the slide one. So the morning session is going to focus on the policy inputs that affect the modeling, and we're going to also go over some preliminary modeling outputs. And the afternoon session will focus on concepts related to streamlining and implementation. We're going to ask for public comments at the end of each of the presentations. And we're also going to ask you all to keep your comments to 3 minutes. We have, let's see, I see almost 700 people that have joined us today, and we really want to be able to hear from everyone who wants to provide some comments. So we're going to track your time, and so please limit it to 3 minutes. And there's materials posted on our website. So we have the presentation posted, the draft regulatory text, and some other items there for your reference if you haven't seen them yet. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Katrina.
Thanks, Cheryl. So we can go on to the next slide, please. So the objectives for today's workshop is to discuss potential changes to the LCFS program. At today's workshop, we will review the objectives for updating the regulation and present staff's latest thinking on credit generation opportunities introduced during the November workshop. We will explore how these concepts have evolved based on stakeholder feedback, and staff will also present preliminary fuel mix and cost outputs based on our modeling. As Cheryl mentioned, staff has released a preliminary draft regulatory text for some of the items presented today, which is posted on our webpage. This is, of course, an early draft form of potential changes to the program, but provides more specificity for stakeholders to respond to. Next slide, please. For today's workshop, my colleagues and I will go through the slides, and then we will open it up for feedback and questions before a 30-minute lunch break. After the lunch break, we will discuss concepts to streamline implementation and open it up again for feedback and questions. To provide feedback, please use the raise hand function in the GoToWebinar toolbar, which should be located to the right of your screen, as shown on this slide. When staff calls on your name to activate your audio controls, please unmute yourself by clicking on the red microphone button and proceed to introduce yourself. As a reminder, we will be limiting each commenter to 3 minutes so we can get to as many people as possible. That orange arrow at the top of the toolbar will expand the control panel for additional options. So you will also be able to submit written feedback online through March 15 at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. You can find a link to submit feedback as well as posted materials for this workshop on our LCFS meetings and workshops page. Next slide, please. California's climate policy framework starts with greenhouse gas targets and goals established by the legislature and executive office. The state develops a climate change scoping plan, which lays out a path to meet these goals across all sectors of the California economy. The most recent scoping plan was adopted by the board in 2022 and charts the path to carbon neutrality by 2045. After each scoping plan is approved, CARB and other state agencies review, update, or develop new regulations and programs to align with the actions of the plan based on established roles and authority. And once regulations and programs are in effect, projects must be built to put the plan into on-the-ground action. Next slide, please. With that backdrop, we want to start with how the LCFS fits into broader state climate policy, where we are today, and what the next steps are to updating the LCFS regulation. The LCFS is part of the state's set of policies to meet California's ambitious climate goals, which are described in the scoping plan. The 2022 scoping plan demonstrates that significant increases in low carbon fuel and technologies is needed on a faster timeframe than we have historically seen. The LCFS has been and will continue to be a key program in California's climate change portfolio that incentivizes investment in low carbon fuels and technologies in the transportation sector. Over the past 2 years, staff has been engaging with stakeholders on potential updates to the LCFS to align with broader state goals and the scoping plan as it evolved. We have received significant input on how we can align the program to broader goals and continue investment in this sector through workshops, written feedback, and direct stakeholder engagement. Today, we continue that discussion. Staff are also working on the next steps of the rulemaking process, which includes the upcoming release of the proposed regulatory amendment package. Staff expects to release the regulatory package in the coming months for a board hearing tentatively scheduled for the end of summer. We understand how important it is to everyone that we update the LCFS, and so we are moving quickly to the rulemaking process with our goal of having regulatory amendments become effective in early 2024. Next slide, please. Since we last presented in November, the 2022 scoping plan was adopted by our board. The scoping plan identifies the technologies, fuels, emission reductions, and carbon removal needed to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. We're going to spend some time briefly highlighting the scoping plan outcomes associated with the transportation sector because these outcomes provide high-level direction to us on where we need to take the LCFS program into the future. Let's go to the next slide, please. The scoping plan prioritizes the move away from fossil energy sources and combustion technologies and demonstrates where we need to increase low carbon energy demand across all sectors of the economy, as well as build out significant new low carbon energy supply capacity. Specifically, we expect greater demand for electricity and hydrogen, necessitating build out of supply, which should come from renewable feedstocks, deployment of liquid biofuels for hard to electrify technologies such as aviation and marine, and declining role for biomethane used as CNG in vehicles and instead become a feedstock for hydrogen or is used to decarbonize the natural gas system more broadly. Next slide, please. The result of successful implementation of the technology and fuel switching called for in the scoping plan is a dramatic reduction in fossil fuel demand. The scoping plan modeling resulted in a 94% reduction in liquid petroleum demand by 2045 compared to 2022. Next slide, please. These outcomes will not happen without action. The state must accelerate the pace of clean energy and technology deployment. This necessary change of pace applies to all aspects of clean energy projects, including permitting, transmission infrastructure, consumer adoption of low carbon products, and access to raw materials. Public-private partnerships are key to securing the investments needed to deploy these technologies at scale at a faster pace than ever before. Next slide, please. This is where we have a great opportunity now in the LCFS. The LCFS is a key driver of investment in alternative low carbon fuels that displace petroleum. This is borne out in the program's history. As you can see in the chart on the right, California has doubled the volume of low carbon fuel consumption in just 10 years and diversified the fuel mix considerably, thanks in large part to the LCFS. This program's success is encouraging, and it's time to leverage this momentum to secure new investment that match the ambition of California's accelerated climate mitigation targets. This is a particularly important time, given the opportunity to leverage federal dollars to make available through the recent bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act. Next slide, please. The 2022 scoping plan sends several important signals with relevance to the LCFS program. The scoping plan directly identifies that the stringency of the LCFS compliance target should be increased both pre and post 2030. It also calls for consideration of opt-in fuels such as aviation into the program. More broadly, the scoping plan signals the need for a transition away from fossil fuel demand and continued expansion of low carbon fuel production in ways that utilize existing infrastructure where possible, such as transitioning refineries to clean fuel production. And of course, we must ensure that the transition to low carbon fuel technologies does not result in unintended consequences. These trends and principles inform much of staff's proposals for changes to the LCFS. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now we'll transition to the LCFS program and our objectives for the upcoming rulemaking. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the key change staff is considering for the next rulemaking is updating the program to support the outcomes called for in the 2022 scoping plan. Our goal is to send clear long-term market signals to support investment in low carbon fuel production and technologies that are needed to achieve deep emission reductions in the transportation sector. We want to ensure that California's low carbon fuel production investments are leveraging the availability of federal funds made available through recent legislation. We also want to align the crediting opportunities in the LCFS with the fuel and technology pathways identified in the scoping plan. And finally, given the need to quickly scale low carbon fuel production in this decade, we are looking for ways in which we can streamline program implementation so that LCFS programs can be established in other jurisdictions more easily, and so that our administration needs aren't unnecessarily slowing down the investment or availability of low carbon fuels. Next slide, please. To implement these objectives, we are focusing the LCFS rulemaking on a suite of updates and new provisions, all of which will be covered in more detail later. The most significant of these is updating the compliance targets through 2030 and establishing more stringent post-2030 targets. As a means of increasing the flexibility of the program to adjust for potential future market overperformance, staff is also considering a mechanism that would automatically accelerate the compliance targets under certain conditions. Staff are also considering ways to incentivize fuel production and refueling infrastructure build-out that are needed to meet our long-term climate goals, including opportunities to leverage federal funding around hydrogen production and ZEV fueling. In terms of streamlining implementation, there are a number of opportunities, but some examples include updating the Tier 1 simplified CI calculators and modifying fuel pathway verification requirements, which we'll discuss later in the presentation. Next slide, please. California has specific requirements for updating regulations. We begin by identifying regulatory concepts for potential updates to the program, and then gather public input on these concepts through public workshops. Staff then evaluate the impacts of potential changes, including associated emissions, public health, and economic impacts. All of this work leads up to the release of the rulemaking package, which must be considered at a public board hearing. Next slide, please. As mentioned, CARB hosted a public workshop last November, and during that workshop, staff introduced the tool developed for modeling future credit prices and fuel supplies based on possible carbon intensity targets. This is called the California Transportation Model, or CATS model. Staff presented initial modeling scenarios and inputs for consideration. It was well attended with 750 stakeholders in attendance. CARB received 155 feedback letters in response to that workshop. We received feedback from a wide variety of stakeholders, including industry, environmental justice communities, academia, and NGOs. The comments helped inform our changes to the LCFS assumptions and policy decisions that affect the modeling. Next slide, please. As a reminder, staff developed the CATS model to analyze the impacts of carbon intensity targets and LCFS policy decisions on credit prices and future fuel supplies. It's important to remember that the CATS model is a transportation fuel supply optimization model that identifies the least cost fuel mix based on supply and expected demand curves, feedstock, conversion information, and LCFS policies. Next slide, please. Staff use the CATS model to better understand the impact of potential fuel market and policy scenarios. As with most modeling exercises, it's impossible to perfectly reflect all future transportation fuel market changes and dynamics within the CATS model. For example, the model cannot predict individual project delays that impact fuel supplies or major economic disruptions that change fuel demand. For these reasons, we use the model not as a perfect predictor of the future, but rather as a support tool that helps us evaluate various regulatory and policy options and make more informed decisions. The CATS model was publicly released in late 2022, and staff continues to update it to gauge the impact of proposed changes. Next slide, please. This slide provides a snapshot of updates to the CATS model as a result of stakeholder feedback. At a high level, this included updating assumptions of federal incentive support, aligning both the grid electricity and corn ethanol carbon intensities with published values and trends, and recategorizing white grease as a waste oil. Staff appreciates the detailed feedback from stakeholders which inform these edits and look forward to continued input on the model. Next slide, please. We'll now turn our attention to potential changes to the compliance targets for the program. We can go to the next slide. In November, staff presented 3 modeling scenarios with varying compliance target ambition and associated policies. All 3 of these scenarios are more aggressive than the existing compliance targets and achieve a 90% carbon intensity reduction by 2045. The difference is the near-term stringency by 2030. Next slide, please. Staff received a lot of feedback on the compliance targets following the November 2022 workshop. The majority of stakeholders supported a 2030 compliance target of at least 30% carbon intensity reduction and stated that 25% by 2030 would not be sufficient to stabilize the credit market or drive investment. Stakeholders also highlighted that strong and consistent price signals are needed to encourage investment in additional low carbon fuels and supply, the ability to finance production infrastructure. We're still open to feedback on the appropriate CI targets for the program, but we also wanted to provide an example of how the CATS model calculates the effect the CI targets have on credit prices. So for the purpose of this workshop, staff modeled a 30% CI reduction target in 2030 and 90% reduction target by 2045, and included a number of other policy adjustments that affect credit supplies. We'll get into more specifics on the modeling outputs later in the slides. Next slide, please. Here is the example scenario staff modeled for this workshop. This chart shows the existing compliance target benchmark schedule shown by the dashed black line and the more stringent CI target schedule shown by the solid blue line. This scenario reflects a 30% CI reduction in 2030 and becomes more and more stringent until reaching a CI reduction of 90% by 2045. Without an update to the CI targets, the stringency would level off at 20% after 2030. Our preliminary analysis indicates that keeping the CI target at 20% after 2030 would fail to provide the support needed to decarbonize transportation fuels in support of carbon neutrality. 2030 was never intended to be the end year of the program, and the upcoming rulemaking will establish a clear future for the low carbon fuels market and the program's role in supporting the transition to carbon neutrality. Let's go to the next slide, please. Staff understands the importance of maintaining strong price signals to support investment in low carbon fuel production, as well as the need for long-term market certainty. In addition to revising the CI targets, the acceleration mechanism and CI target step down are 2 other mechanisms that staff are considering that would help provide additional market certainty. Staff are evaluating the merits of both of these mechanisms, and neither of these mechanisms are reflected in the compliance target schedule shown on the previous slide, nor the modeling outputs we're going to present later. A near-term step down would mean the regulation amendments include a larger one-time decrease in the annual CI target for 2024 to reflect and further support the success of the program in providing low-carbon fuels over the past few years. Staff received feedback that a step down could strengthen the near-term price signal to support near-term investment. Staff is looking into this concept further. Many stakeholders have also voiced support for designing a mechanism that would adjust the compliance target stringency automatically in response to predetermined market indicators or thresholds identified in the regulation. Staff is open to this concept and understands the merit of a transparent mechanism that can respond more quickly to the market than staff can through the existing process. I'll be clear that staff sees this mechanism as only operating one way, and that is to accelerate the stringency of the compliance targets. With that in mind, staff are interested in feedback on the details of how such a mechanism could be designed, including the market indicators that would serve the best triggers, the size of the compliance target shifts, and other design features to ensure the mechanism does not have unintended consequences. Let's go to the next slide, please. And I'll now hand the presentation to my colleague, Ben Nicholson.
Thank you, Katrina. This next section will cover updates on LCFS policy changes discussed at the November workshop. Next slide. In the 2018 rulemaking, staff added the zero-emission vehicles infrastructure crediting provisions to support fast chargers and hydrogen refueling stations in California. The purpose of the ZEV infrastructure crediting program is to provide an early, reliable source of revenue to zero-emission fueling sites when the demand for that fuel from zero-emission vehicles is still nascent. It does so by issuing LCFS credits for unused refueling capacity, in addition to credits generated from dispensed fuel. The capacity credits issued are based on the size of the site and site characteristics. The ZEV infrastructure crediting program allows up to 5% of the previous quarter's deficits to be generated as infrastructure capacity credits, split evenly between hydrogen refueling infrastructure program, or HRI, and fast charging infrastructure, or FCI. As of the second quarter of 2022, hydrogen stations in the program are issued about half the allowable credits, and fast charging stations in the program are issued about 25% of their allowance. Hydrogen and electricity infrastructure applications are accepted through December 31st, 2025 in the regulation. Staff is considering a limited extension of the application period for light-duty hydrogen and electric fast charging stations, detailed in the next slide. The existing provisions have incentivized deployment of light-duty ZEV refueling infrastructure. Fast charging infrastructure is nearing the 10,000 fast charger goal in California. The Alternative Fuels Data Center estimates that over 8,500 fast chargers are currently operational in California. Given this success, the time is right to adjust focus for zero-emission refueling infrastructure from light-duty to the medium and heavy-duty trucking sector within LCFS. Developing ZEV refueling infrastructure for trucks is a crucial need, much like it was for light duty when those provisions were established. Notwithstanding the shift in focus to the trucking sector, staff is still considering a light duty provision for ZEV refueling infrastructure located in low-income and disadvantaged communities. Staff are proposing that started January 1st, 2026, new infrastructure applications for light-duty vehicles will still be accepted when located in low-income or disadvantaged communities. Each provision can provide credits up to 0.5% of deficits from the prior quarter, equating to 1% of total deficits combined. This more targeted light-duty infrastructure incentive aligns with the identified priorities in the Clean Transportation Incentives Funding Plan, which provides funding for ZEVs deployed in these regions. This provision would not affect crediting periods or credit issuance for previously approved applications. Next slide. The state faces a steep challenge in turning over trucking fleets to zero-emission vehicles. Establishing refueling infrastructure is critical for deployment of vehicles on this pace and scale. The need today is potentially even stronger than it was for light-duty infrastructure crediting at the time that was developed for LCFS in 2018. The light-duty vehicle space was further along in the ZEV transition at that time than the trucking space currently is. Accordingly, staff is recommending new capacity crediting provisions to support build-out of this medium and heavy-duty ZEV refueling infrastructure. Both the medium and heavy-duty HRI program and medium and heavy-duty FCI program would be able to issue potential credits up to 2.5% of deficits. Combined with the targeted continuation of light-duty HRI and FCI programs, this would expand the infrastructure credit generation available from the current 5% to 6% of deficits. Staff are also developing more consistent and streamlined elements for the infrastructure provisions, including a 10-year timeline, a focus on stations that support multiple fleets, and establishing credit limits at the time of application approval. All sites will have an upper limit on issued capacity credits. Next slide. Now let's pivot to biomethane. The recently approved 2022 scoping plan is clear that biomethane is a valuable energy source that will help California achieve both our 2030 and 2045 climate targets by reducing methane emissions and displacing fossil fuels. Given the need to shift away from combustion engine vehicles in the transportation sector, the scoping plan projects a diminishing role for biomethane to be used in CNG trucks and an increasing role for biomethane directly in stationary sources and as an input to advanced fuel production like hydrogen. End uses for biomethane identified in the 2022 scoping plan include the industrial, commercial, and residential sectors, production of hydrogen, and electricity generation. Currently, biomethane is used in the transportation sector because of the existing incentive signals from the LCFS and the Federal Renewable Fuel Standard. For the fuel to transition to other sectors in the long term, these market signals will need to transition accordingly. Next slide. California is focused on achieving California's near-term SB 1383 methane reduction targets and the 2030 climate target. The current incentive structure has supported methane reduction projects both in California and throughout the United States, and we need to continue to incentivize deployment of these projects, particularly in this decade, and in ways that support further methane reductions here in California. Staff are also mindful of the importance of avoiding stranded assets that risk backsliding on greenhouse gas reductions. We know that biomethane is unlikely to be cost competitive with fossil gas. Without programs that provide financial support that values the climate benefits from reducing methane emissions, we risk methane capture projects going offline and an increase in future methane emissions in California and the United States. We also expect that while biomethane demand in the transportation sector is expected to decline over time, biomethane is a useful energy source that can displace fossil fuels in other sectors on the path to carbon neutrality. Biomethane can still play a key role as a feedstock for hydrogen production used in transportation. We've heard from stakeholders that discussing a transition out of transportation without a complementary policy that incentivizes biomethane use in other sectors can be counterproductive to investment in methane capture projects. Staff acknowledges that this conversation about treatment of biomethane under the LCFS is just the first part of the equation. We expect that complementary policies in the future can also value methane reductions and support biomethane demand in other sectors. Next slide. During the November workshop, staff introduced a concept of phasing out avoided methane crediting by 2040. Avoided methane crediting provides an important support of payback of capital expenses associated with methane capture projects needed this decade. Longer term, ongoing operational support is likely needed, but at a different level than initial build-out. Currently, the LCFS provides avoided methane crediting for 10-year crediting periods, which can be renewed. Staff received feedback both opposing and supporting staff's consideration to phase down avoided methane crediting, and staff has engaged in meaningful discussions with representatives of both positions over the past 3 months. Stakeholders who supported the phase down recommended eliminating avoided methane crediting as early as possible. Staff are still proposing that avoided methane crediting be available until 2040. Specifically, fuel pathways with avoided methane could be certified or recertified for 10-year crediting periods through 2030. For example, a project that started in 2019 could recertify in 2029 and receive up to 20 years of avoided methane crediting. Staff are also considering adding an additional 5-year avoided methane crediting allowance for projects recertified between 2031 and 2035. This would allow projects developed by 2025 to receive up to 15 years of avoided methane crediting. Staff believes this proposal provides the right signal and timing for deployment of digester projects in the near term, while sending a long-term signal to transition to other sectors. Next slide. The second biomethane consideration presented in the November workshop was to align the deliverability requirements of biomethane with that of low carbon intensity electricity by requiring that biomethane injected into the pipeline for use in California comes from projects that can demonstrate deliverability to California. Deliverability to California would help achieve the emission reductions required by AB 1279 and decarbonize its natural gas pool. Currently, the LCFS regulation allows for indirect accounting of biomethane when injected into the North American natural gas pipeline system with no additional requirements. This differs from treatment of low carbon intensity electricity, which must demonstrate deliverability to California. We received a lot of feedback on this proposal. Several entities did not support adding deliverability limitations and requested more specifics about the areas of the country that would be eligible for book and claim. Staff also heard support from several stakeholders for such a limitation, including a concept to align with the deliverability requirements for biomethane that currently exist under the Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS, and the California Public Utility Commission's SB 1440 Biomethane Procurement Program. Staff appreciates the engagement from stakeholders on this topic, particularly in identifying details and alternative requirements to help strike the balance of supporting transportation fuel needs while following the trajectory in the scoping plan of transitioning biomethane to other non-transportation sectors. Staff is recommending updating the biomethane book and claim provisions to align with the deliverability requirements of biomethane with the RPS program and the CPUC 1440 program. We heard feedback that 2025 was too early to implement this change, so we are now proposing that this deliverability requirement would begin in 2028 to give time for methane reduction projects outside of the deliverability region to develop other offtake agreements or to transition to producing hydrogen. Specifically, the concept is to require biomethane produced for California be carried through common carrier pipelines that physically flow within California or toward end use in California. Eligible pipelines must flow toward California 50% of the time on an annual basis, as defined by the current RPS eligibility guidebook. Staff drafted preliminary regulatory text to help continue the progression of this topic and look forward to stakeholder feedback. Next slide. At previous workshops, staff has discussed the concept of adding intrastate jet fuel as a required fuel under the LCFS. The aviation sector is almost entirely dependent on fossil fuels today, and fossil jet fuel is currently exempted from generating deficits in the LCFS. Governor Newsom highlighted the need to transition to low carbon alternatives in his July 2022 letter to the CARB chair, in which he directed CARB to adopt an aggressive clean fuels target for the aviation sector. The 2022 scoping plan reflects a major shift away from fossil jet fuel by 2045, including 20% zero emission aviation. The federal government has also been highlighting the importance of reducing aviation emissions and has added large incentives for sustainable aviation fuel through the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. In California, intrastate jet fuel specifically constitutes about 10% of total jet fuel consumption and is responsible for roughly 2% of California transportation sector greenhouse gas emissions. As emissions drop in other vehicle types, this percentage is expected to increase. Alternative jet fuel is a viable, low-carbon alternative that can further reduce aviation carbon dioxide emissions and currently generates credits in the program. Its inclusion was to provide a support signal for low-carbon alternatives, and we have seen the market respond. Alternative jet fuel production has increased since 2019, and nearly 5 million gallons were produced in the second quarter of 2022. Given the scoping plan's direction to move away from fossil fuels in the aviation sector by 2045, we need much faster adoption of this fuel. Next slide. With this in mind, CARB staff is considering eliminating the current LCFS exemption for intrastate fossil jet fuel. Intrastate flights are defined as those that take off and then land within the state of California, and this would be the scope of the provision. Staff's current concept is that airlines would be the first fuel reporting entities for conventional jet fuel. They would in turn incur deficits through the system and would have a compliance obligation under the program. Utilizing the existing compliance targets, the 2019 intrastate jet volume of 427 million gallons would generate about 2% of total deficits in 2030. Staff is not considering a change in the structure for alternative jet fuel reporting. The producer or importer of the fuel would remain the credit generator for jet fuels with carbon intensities below the jet fuel benchmark. Adding fossil jet fuel as a required fuel is expected to accelerate adoption of alternative fuels in the aviation sector and aligns well with the federal funding available through the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Next slide. We'll now turn to crop-based fuels. At the November workshop, staff discussed the concept of placing an upper limit on the total crop-based fuel volumes or the number of credits that can be utilized in the program. Two of the conceptual scenarios that the staff introduced at the workshop included a limit on the crop-based fuel used in the diesel pool, while the most aggressive scenario did not. Next slide. Staff received 38 comment letters with mixed feedback in support of and opposition to putting a cap on crop-based feedstocks. Staff appreciates the data, analysis, documents, and reference materials submitted by the commenters. Staff continue to review carefully the letters and supporting materials, along with other publicly available documents. In this workshop, staff would like to continue to provide the following additional information to continue the discussion. Next slide. The use of biomass-based diesel derived from crop-based vegetable oil has increased steadily since the start of the LCFS program. Since 2020, the use of crop-derived biomass-based diesel has more than doubled, reaching roughly 200 million gallons per quarter in 2022. With new renewable diesel projects being publicly announced and under construction, this trend is likely to continue. Next slide. This slide shows how a rapid increase in vegetable oil demand for biofuel production can introduce a feedstock supply and land use problem. The U.S. farmland used to produce soybeans in 2022 is about 87 million acres. Approximately 37 million acres of soybeans, or 43%, is used as feedstock for biomass-based diesel. If the planned expansion of biomass-based diesel projects materializes, the cropland area needed to produce soybeans to satisfy the total feedstock demand for expected production capacity in 2025 would be 98 million acres. This exceeds the current U.S. soybean acreage attributed to both food and fuel production and may indicate a potential future disruption in food and vegetable oil markets and land use impacts, as more land is converted to support increased feedstock demand. Next slide. Data indicate that virgin oil feedstock demand is increasing. For example, fuel producers have started making investments to expand the soybean crushing capacity of the existing facilities and build new facilities to produce more crop-based oils. As shown in the figure, between 2023 and 2025, an additional capacity of about 430 to 530,000 bushels per day is planned. In 2026, the yearly crushing capacity expansion is projected to grow to 800,000 bushels per day. Next slide. The 2022 scoping plan states that biofuel production must not come at the expense of deforestation or food production. Given the anticipated increase in crop-based feedstock use for biofuel production, staff is seeking feedback. What indicators or resources should CARB monitor to understand if our programs are or are not having adverse impacts on land use or food availability? What technologies are likely to substitute for crop-based fuels if their use is limited? What investments are needed to bring these technologies to market? Are there regulatory mechanisms staff should consider? Next slide. The LCFS currently allows crude oil extraction and refineries to earn credits for projects that reduce their emissions through project-based crediting. However, in the 2022 scoping plan, the state has identified the need to phase down fossil fuel production as fossil fuel demand drops. Because of this, staff is considering changes to the project-based crediting provisions to align with state goals. Next slide. Staff is considering proposing to phase out crediting of petroleum projects by 2040. Carbon capture and sequestration projects, called CCS, would be excluded from this potential phase-out. Currently, these petroleum projects do not have a limit on either the amount of total credit generation or length of the crediting period. Next slide. Staff is also considering updates to direct air capture, or DAC, with sequestration. In the 2018 rulemaking, the LCFS program made DAC with sequestration eligible for project-based CCS credits. DAC is an emerging technology that has potential to reduce large amounts of carbon dioxide already in the atmosphere and could aid in achieving California's long-term climate goals. It will continue to need to support, to be built to scale, and to be deployed more broadly. In an effort to align for federal incentives being provided for DAC projects and to support the ongoing technology development needed to reduce further DAC deployment costs, staff is considering proposing to limit credit of direct air capture with sequestration projects to those located in the United States. This concept more directly supports national efforts to deploy direct air capture projects and help achieve national and state emission reduction goals. Such limitations under consideration would not apply to DAC to fuel projects submitted as Tier 2 alternative fuel pathways, as the final fuels from these pathways must be supplied to California to be eligible for LCFS credits. Next slide. To help illustrate how policies like those we just discussed would affect future credit prices and fuel supplies, staff drafted the 30% by 2030 and 90% by 2045 scenario mentioned earlier and included these policy changes in the CATS analysis. We will now walk through the outputs of this preliminary modeling. Next slide. The following two slides summarize the key policy inputs included in the modeled scenario. These were informed by feedback from stakeholders provided in recent workshops, particularly following the November workshop. We've already discussed most of these inputs. They are included here for your reference. Next slide. Here are the rest of the inputs to the scenario modeled for this workshop. Electric forklifts will be discussed during the afternoon session after the lunch break. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, the CATS model chooses the future fuel mix to meet California transportation fuel demand at the lowest cost possible. The modeled scenario does not account for potential constraints. future regulations such as the Advanced Clean Fleet regulation or potential permitting delays. This is important as the model projects out to 2045. There are likely to be additional policies or constraints that lead to different outcomes. This model shows what is least cost based on our regulations in place today and our best understanding of fuel costs and production efficiencies. Next slide. This chart illustrates the fuel energy predicted by the model with the compliance targets and policy inputs I described earlier. You'll notice a large reduction in CARBOB as demand for the fuel scales down due to the light-duty sector's transition to zero-emission vehicles. This aligns with implementation of Advanced Clean Cars 2, which was adopted in 2022. It is important to highlight that this scenario does not include implementation of the draft Advanced Clean Fleets regulation, as the rulemaking process for that regulation is still underway. As a result, volumes of fossil diesel are not significantly reduced by 2045, despite the growing demand for biomass-based diesel. Next slide. To demonstrate the effect that potential future actions and regulations will have on the LCFS and the fuel pool, we are showing the model outputs if advanced clean fleets were implemented as proposed in 2022. In this case, the diesel pool declines over time rather than remaining constant or increasing, as shown in the previous slide. In this potential future, the model suggests biofuels shift to harder to decarbonize areas, such as displacing fossil jet fuel. We show this to demonstrate how policies affect the LCFS and the future fuel pool. Next slide. This graph shows potential credit prices of the modeled scenario. The blue line shows credit prices estimated by the model, and the dotted line represents the maximum credit price as established in the regulation currently, adjusted to $2021. One high-level takeaway is that LCFS credit prices are expected to be strong through 2045 due to increased compliant target stringency. Although the chart shows some volatility in future years, the LCFS already has mechanisms that prevent dramatic price spikes, such as the maximum credit price. Other mechanisms not modeled in this scenario could also help provide improved price certainty, such as a near-term step change in carbon intensity stringency, a compliant target acceleration mechanism, and the existing advanced crediting provisions. More stringent LCFS carbon intensity targets and future regulations, such as advanced clean fleets, are expected to drive earlier investment in new crediting opportunities, which would also put downward pressure on prices over time as new technologies reach economies of scale. It's also important to remember that there is a high degree of uncertainty when forecasting the fuel mix and credit prices as far out as 2045. The goal of this chart is to give a sense for the impact of potential policy changes given what we know today. Next slide. When evaluating the preliminary modeling outputs, it seems appropriate to consider a near-term step change in carbon intensity targets. Such a step change in compliance target stringency would be an effective strategy for sending a strong price signal in the mid-2020s to increase investment this decade. Staff also requests feedback on which mechanisms would be most effective. With that, I will pass things to Dylan Miner, who will be facilitating the question and answer session.
Great. Thank you so much, Ben. I'm going to just interject here for a moment. I'm really looking forward to hearing the public comments. We've got a lot of folks with their hands raised, and so there's a lot to get through. So again, I'm going to ask that you keep your comments concise to under 3 minutes, please, and provide written feedback. We'll take comments and try to keep things moving as much as possible. I also just wanted to note that I think we provided that clarity in the presentation today, but I did want to just emphasize that after the November workshop, we heard a lot about folks thinking that we were phasing out RNG from the program. And I just want to be very clear that that's not what we've been proposing, and that it's not what we've presented to you today. So we've provided some deliverability requirements or introduced some proposals for deliverability, and adjust the incentives of projects in the future, but there would not be a phase out of RNG from the program. So just want to clarify that. And if you're hearing otherwise, just come back to this workshop and these slides and see what we're proposing. So thank you. And with that, I will hand it over to Dylan for the Q&A.
Great, thank you, Cheryl. And before starting the Q&A, we would like to flag that this meeting is being recorded. We will post this recording on our meetings and workshops webpage for all who would like to view this workshop at a later time. And so we'll now move into the feedback portion. If you would like to share feedback or ask questions, please click the raise hand button in the GoToWebinar toolbar as shown in the slide. When staff call your name and activate your microphone, please unmute yourself and proceed to introduce yourself and provide your feedback. As Cheryl mentioned, we're limiting feedback to 3 minutes to accommodate as many people as we can today. And due to the number of comments, there may not be sufficient time for folks to comment more than once. With that, our first 3 speakers will be Andy Foster, Laura Renger, and Oscar Garcia. And I have Okay, we'll start with Oscar Garcia and come back. So Oscar, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So this is Oscar Garcia, Regulatory Affairs Manager for Nesti. Thank you very much for hosting this great session today again. So I have a few comments, just starting off with the CI reduction goals. Nesti would definitely like to encourage the state to maintain its leadership and strive for the 35% CI reduction by 2030. BC has already landed on 30% by 2030, and California has shown that it has data to do, or it has data showing that more is possible here. We also would like to encourage CARB to further prioritize administrative streamlining in the program. One of the big streamlining opportunities is pathway reciprocity with states like Oregon. That is a really big opportunity that California should really pursue as part of this rulemaking, given that Oregon's program is pretty mature now. We're also, Nesti is very excited for the green model updates. As you can imagine, the model does require several updates, given that it's been a while since it's been updated, and especially the emission factors related to the transportation of fuels and or feedstocks. And we have concerns with a few things, and we're hoping to get more information as part of this process. We're still not clear as to whether CARB has evaluated the impacts of infrastructure crediting on LCFS credit prices and the overall success of the program, if these infrastructure crediting programs result in lower credit prices. And then also the continued work around crop-based feedstock caps. We still are not seeing the need for them. And even today's data, it's not very clear if it's based on actual data or just based on the recent production in the last couple of years. Land use has not been impacted much by the increased production. And with newer farming practices, that trend will continue. So we hope that CARB looks at the real data and the land use change in the last couple of years, which has been minimal. And that be the basis for any policy making. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for listening to my comments, and we will be submitting written comments as well. Thanks again for everything.
Thank you, Oscar. Next, we'll have Laura Rengar. Give me just a moment to unmute your mic. Okay, Laura, your microphone is activated. Please unmute yourself, introduce your name and affiliation, and you may give your comment.
Hi, good morning. I'm Laura Ranger from the California Electric Transportation Coalition. And I first just wanted to thank staff for the preparation for the workshop and for hosting this workshop today. CaliTC strongly supports increasing the stringency to a minimum of 30% carbon reduction compliance for 2030. We also support a non-linear stringency increase. And in 2024, we see the need for a significant jump in the stringency to return to the compliance stringency line that we should have been on. CaliTC also supports an acceleration mechanism to increase the stringency if the market indicators limit emission reduction potential and to provide certainty for credit generators and consumers. In the LCFS, we currently have the credit clearance market that provides certainty to regulated industry. We would like to see a similar mechanism that provides certainty to the low carbon fuel industry and consumers. This acceleration mechanism would not replace the need to increase stringency or the nonlinear increase in 2024, but it would work together with these other actions to capture the potential emissions reductions and protect consumers. CaliTC also supports adding new end uses such as aircraft to the LCFS, and we support the inclusion of other zero emission fuels and applications into the LCFS. We've been concerned that natural gas and biofuels can earn LCFS credits in some end uses when electricity can't earn credits in these end uses due to a lack of EER. ZEV fuels are the only type of credit generated fuels in the LCFS where some end uses, the ZEV fuel, are not eligible to earn credits. And this oversight, we believe, needs to be rectified. We support extending the current light duty capacity credit program to align with the Advanced Clean Car 2 goals for 2035. The state needs support for ZEV infrastructure to meet the expanding need for DC fast charging and hydrogen stations. And allowing new applications for the existing light duty FCI and HRI programs out till 2035 will address the ambitious ACC2 requirements for light duty ZEVs. And lastly, CaliTC supports expanding the LCFS capacity credits to truck and bus fleets for fuel cell, battery electric, and plug-in hybrid vehicles out to 2035. CaliTC believes this provision for medium heavy duty public access FCI and HRI programs should be substantial. We support regulations such as the ACT and upcoming ACF and should stay ahead of the demand from the medium and heavy duty ZEVs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you, Laura. Next, we'll have Julia Levin. I have unmuted your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce your name and affiliation, and you may give your comment.
Good morning, Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. Thank you very much for the presentation and for posting the slides yesterday evening, so we had time to review them ahead of time. We strongly support a number of the proposed changes, particularly the increase in the carbon intensity target by 2030. I agree with the previous speaker, it should be a minimum increase of 30%, and we believe it's warranted to go even higher than 30% in 2030. We also appreciate the recognition of the importance of biomethane and the need for continued biomethane production growth in California to meet the requirements of SB 1383 and our overall climate reduction targets. We also appreciate the recognition of the potential to convert biomethane and other forms of biogas to hydrogen. We strongly support the staff proposal to align the requirements, the deliverability requirements of biomethane with the requirements under the RPS and SB 1440, so that participating biomethane actually displaces fossil fuels on the road in California. We do, however, have a couple of concerns about the proposal. First of all, while we understand the desire to move biomethane to other end uses, particularly hard to electrify end uses, et cetera, there is no program to do that at present. The SB 1440 program is focused on residential and small business customers. And as Mr. Nicholson said in his presentation, it's critical that we don't backslide on our methane reduction programs. We've made a lot of progress, but we need to accelerate that progress. So before the Air Board phases out credit for avoided methane emissions, it's really, really critical to adopt and make sure that it is working a program that provides an alternative pathway to move biomethane to other end uses. We recommend that that pathway be very similar to the LCFS in that it is focused on life cycle carbon intensity, provides a long-term market signal and security, and has similar pricing and financial incentives to the low carbon fuel standard, so that it really does provide a secure, viable, long-term alternative to the low carbon fuel standard program. And finally, it is really, really critical to increase hydrogen fueling infrastructure. As the staff presentation notes, biomethane and other forms of biogas can be converted to renewable and carbon negative hydrogen, but the fueling infrastructure is not there, and we've got to accelerate the development of that infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next, we'll have Andy. Apologies, this is my first time running it. Andy Foster, I have unmuted your mic. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you may begin.
I would just follow on the previous comments and say that I think before any discussion.
We can barely hear you. Can you get a little closer to your mic, please?
Before any discussion of a transition for biomethane is made, I think there needs to be a mechanism in place. And really my message would be that at the end of the day, the goal should be carbon reduction from whatever form it comes from, and not trying to pick winners and losers down the line. I think biomethane in particular is in the middle of a very strong growth signal stage, I should say, and has been very successful. The CI scores for biomethane, dairy biomethane, particularly produced in state, are as good as anything in the program. And I think you need to be very careful about the signals that are being sent in terms of the future of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Next, we will have Todd Campbell, Cezanne Sadat, and Melody. Todd, I have unmuted your microphone. Please unmute yourself and proceed to give comment. Todd, I see that you're still self-muted. Please unmute your microphone and feel free.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry. Hi, Todd Campbell with Clean Energy. Thank you for today's presentation and for the opportunity to ask questions and comments. I would also like to thank staff for putting the presentation out yesterday, as it was extremely helpful to be able to review prior to the workshop. So thank you for that. Clean Energy would like to encourage the agency to ensure the continued success of the LCFS program, which is ahead of schedule for delivering low carbon fuel to the marketplace by providing as much market certainty for fuels like biomethane as possible. With that, I'd like to pose a mix of comments and questions. First, we support the ratcheting down of CI targets for 2030 and 2045, and would encourage staff to adopt the most aggressive of scenarios to achieve both near-term goals as well, or near-term reductions, as well as to reach carbon neutrality by 2045. We did see on slide 30 that biomethane usage is projected to significantly decline in the transportation space by 2030 and 2045. However, CARB staff indicates on page 31 that hydrogen will remain an important strategy under the LCFS, and that on page 33, North American biomethane used to produce hydrogen will maintain their book and claim privileges. So it's just curious how staff's interpreting their projections when it comes to hydrogen, because there's a case to be made that hydrogen could still play a significant role with infrastructure incentives on slide 29. And so it just seemed like maybe biomethane would actually play a bigger role in 2030 and 2045. Also on slide 31, the presentation stresses the need to avoid stranded assets that risk backsliding on GHG reductions. It's not clear what staff may be thinking of in this case, but as a biomethane fuel producer for mainly CNG today, but also growing in the heavy duty, the hydrogen space, I personally see our stations as a strategic, not stranded asset that were specifically built to support
15 seconds.
The medium and heavy duty sectors. So I'd like to ask staff to consider that. And then finally, could you provide more clarity on slide 32 that pathways certified or recertified prior to 2030 would be eligible for a 10-year credit period? The reason why I ask is pathways that are submitted prior to 2030 but have yet to be reviewed, will they qualify? Or we're very, very thankful for staff's consideration of streamlining.
Thank you for your comments. Please conclude your comments.
But in conclusion, we're thankful for the streamlining, but wondered when the cutoff is to provide more greater certainty for projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sazan Sarat, I have unmuted your mic. Please unmute yourself, introduce your name, your affiliation, and proceed with your comments.
Thanks. This is Sasan Sadat with Earth Justice. Thanks for the staff presentation. Earth Justice's comments focused on highlighting that most of the biomethane in the LCFS program doesn't come from in-state sources and therefore does nothing to support the SB 1383 targets, and that continuing to allow unbundled purchases of environmental attributes is really undermining the environmental integrity of this program. We're pleased to see that you're considering phasing that out. It's frustrating that it's moved from 2025 in your first staff presentation to now 2028. And we really see absolutely zero explanation provided for why we would allow this to continue in the context of hydrogen when you're acknowledging this problem and making this remedy, but then allowing for it to continue in the context of hydrogen is strange. And as we showed in our comments, the vast majority of the biomethane that's been booked and claimed is coming from sources that were already capturing their methane. It's just demonstrable with a quick Google search. On top of that, we didn't hear any response to our comments about CARB's authority to regulate methane emissions to meet its SB 1383 targets starting January 1, 2024. We've heard informally, but not in any public settings, that the reason that CARB is unwilling to even consider this a possibility, even though it's their statutory authority to regulate this pollution, is because of the concern of leakage. In no other context has our air regulatory agency accepted the regulated parties' arguments for why they shouldn't be regulated so breathlessly and without any data or analysis to support that leakage is a legitimate reason why we couldn't consider regulations. Imagine if we did that, if we said, oh, well, the trucking industry said we would leak to other places, so we can actually pass regulations on emissions from trucks. CARB doesn't do this in any other context. So it's frustrating that CARB's continued approach is to entice polluters with carbon negative avoided methane credits to capture their methane rather than use its authority to directly regulate the emissions from mega polluters, which, as have been demonstrated by both research by the dairy industry itself as well as environmental justice communities, these operations are creating severe local harm. They're the largest source of volatile organic compounds in the Central Valley, the largest source of nitrate pollution, and one of the largest sources of methane emissions. And rather than ask for 1 ounce of accountability,
20 seconds remaining.
CARB is without any justification, abdicating its authority to regulate those methane emissions and simply relying on, avoided methane credits until 2040 to try to entice polluters to take action. It is the definition of environmental injustice. We urge a better response.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Melody with Southern California Edison. I have unmuted your mic. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Melody Black. I'm with Southern California Edison. SCE appreciates the California Air Resource Board's continued leadership in setting policy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across multiple sectors in California's economy. We agree and support the state's objectives of obtaining carbon neutrality by 2045, and we believe that LCFS has been instrumental in helping to accelerate transportation electrification across the state. Further, we think that LCFS, and having a strong LCFS at that, is going to be important to leverage and help the state grow over time as we transition to those harder transition vehicles and use cases that will need to be converted to fuels with lower carbon intensities. As such, we recommend that CARB adopt a stepped linear path towards a 30% CI reduction target by 2030. We don't believe, and it was really happy to see in your presentation that you not only heard our feedback, but it looks like feedback from others, that the 25% target is stringent enough given the current ability of the market. We also support the use of other tools such as acceleration mechanisms, and we've provided some comments on those back in December, as we believe that's a better mechanism for tightening the LCFS market through stringency controls rather than through the exclusion or removal of fuel types such as electric forklifts. We thank you for the opportunity not only to have a workshop, but also to share our feedback.
Thank you for your comment. Our next three commenters will be Miles Heller, Sam Wade, and Adriana Ortolani. Miles, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation, and you may provide your comment.
Great, thank you. Miles Heller with Air Products. Really appreciate the opportunity to comment and appreciate the recognition of the role hydrogen will play in the low carbon fuel standard, including hydrogen derived from biomethane. We support the most aggressive CI targets that the model indicates is possible. And we want to make sure that those targets support the 48% reduction goal for 2030 in the scoping plan. We support the step down and accelerated one-way mechanism. And we'll provide some additional feedback on that in our written comment letters. And we believe CARB can be aggressive in both the target setting schedule as well as the step down and acceleration mechanism, because CARB has good cost containment mechanisms in the low carbon fuel standard. One specific area I'd like to comment on is on the hydrogen refueling infrastructure. Certainly support CARB's proposal to extend it to the medium and heavy duty vehicle sectors. We don't think it should necessarily be applied or limited to infrastructure that serves multiple fleets. We think it could apply to single fleets, and we think that would be very important to help those fleets that are regulated or proposed to be regulated by the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation. We understand that CARB has some concerns about the level of credits that would be provided from these mechanisms, and it might be worth considering in a future workshop differential treatment between hydrogen refueling infrastructure and fast charging infrastructure, given the level of EV charging that's been built out to date and support outside of the LCFS for that charging infrastructure. And the one question that I'd like to see addressed is whether the light duty deficit limit and the medium and heavy duty deficit limits that are proposed, whether those are stackable if we have stations that support both light duty and medium and heavy duty fleets. Thank you.
Thanks, Miles, for the comments. to get to your first comment about fleets, infrastructure that's serving dedicated fleets, would be very interested in any specific recommendations you have for how the crediting mechanism could be designed there. Would appreciate your follow-up on that in your written comments. And with regard to your question on the light duty deficits and how that might work with hybrid stations, we're still thinking through how that could work. We need to be able to have a model that can account for both the light duty and the heavy duty infrastructure, especially on the hydrogen side. But if you have specific ideas there, we'd appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Next, we'll have Sam Wade. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and introduce yourself, and you may give your feedback.
Thanks very much, Dylan. This is Sam Wade with the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas. We support a target stronger than 30% to align with the overall economy-wide SB 32 goal of 40% reductions by 2030 and the aggressive trajectory for 2030 in the scoping plan. We also support both a significant step down for near-term investment and an acceleration mechanism to prevent oversupply from occurring again. We thank staff for recognizing that RNG supply needs to grow rapidly and be deployed to a variety of end uses. We're happy to make power or hydrogen or be used to produce liquid fuels, but the incentives from the LCFS need to align with federal incentives, both in the RFS and in the new tax credit structure. The LCFS and the RFS have been the driver of rapid growth in biomethane referred to on slide 31 of staff's presentation. And we need these programs to continue to work well together to continue to see significant methane reductions and expansion of RNG. Avoided methane crediting should only sunset if there's a replacement policy to ensure that that abatement continues, as staff pointed out today. And we strongly hope that that will be the case by 2040, but California's leadership is needed to make sure that that happens. With respect to deliverability, the RPS has not proven to be a strong driver of RNG and biogas projects recently. We recommend harmonizing instead with the EPA's RFS set package and how they match RNG supply to vehicles, either hydrogen vehicles, electric vehicles, or CNG, rather than creating a new administratively complex and potentially burdensome eligibility screen. With respect to the modeling, we'd like to know if the other results from the other scenarios will be presented at some point, because we would like to see how the 35% scenario looks. We feel that the non-California biogas and RNG supply is not well represented in CATS currently, and we've provided some information in our prior comments, but we'll continue to supplement that in further written comments, and would like to see it better incorporated. We'd like to have CARB be clear about if total RNG biogas use increases or decreases after 2028 as it flows into these other end uses, such as hydrogen. That's not very clear from slides 49 through 50. We also question if the extremely high price that was shown in the 2026 through 2030 timeframe couldn't be abated by additional RNG use and not tightening up the eligibility limits in the way that the staff is presenting here. And finally, I'd just like to ask if when a new version of the model will be released for comment.
Great, thank you for your comments. Next, we have Adriana Ortolani. Just a moment. I have unmuted your mic. Please unmute yourself and proceed to provide comment.
Sorry guys, I just pressed it by mistake, the button, so I don't have any comment for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Krista Warner, Ryan Kinney, and Mikhail Skavark. Apologies for mispronunciations. Krista Warner, I have unmuted your mic. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Krista Warner with Western Propane Gas Association. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. We will be submitting more detailed comment in our letter. We'd like to thank CARB staff for recognizing the value of renewable propane in decarbonizing hard to electrify segments of California, and for justly calculating a lower carbon intensity of fossil propane under the GREET 4.0 proposed model. We will be submitting feedback through the appropriate site to clarify assumptions. We also thank staff for the acknowledgement of need to continue support for biomethane crediting and recognize the need to support multi-purpose low CI fuels like renewable propane. We remain concerned about the inclusion of any step changes or acceleration mechanisms within the rulemaking and appreciate CARB's request for more feedback from stakeholders. Regarding crop-based biofuels, we believe that these fuels are a highly important component in the future of LCFS, particularly in light of the increasing uptake of low carbon fuel standards across the US, increasing regional and national demand. Fuels derived from cover crops like camelina oil are in the pipeline for production, and there is data highlighting that CARB's estimated indirect land use impacts from other crop-based biofuel production, including soybean, is perhaps more than double what the actual CI value is. Regarding infrastructure funding for electric vehicles, we would argue that LCFS regulation must include a detailed life cycle accounting for differing battery technologies and their charging infrastructure demands, since they are now eligible for increased crediting under this draft. Unless electric vehicles are proposed to be powered directly by guide wires connected to the grid, the carbon intensity of batteries from refinement to delivery and charging infrastructure are absolutely a component of the total CI of battery electric vehicles and equipment. Western Propane Gas Association anticipates significant growth in the California market for renewable propane-powered medium and heavy-duty fleets pursuant to the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation, and believe as a drop-in transition fuel, it can significantly decrease emissions from this sector, greatly assisting in decarbonizing that sector. We would also like to note that renewable propane, like many other renewable fuels, is not reliant on any significant infrastructure investment to immediately distribute resources and decarbonize numerous sectors of the economy. We have serious concerns regarding the inclusion of any assumptions regarding the electrification of all remaining internal combustion engine forklifts. We would point out that the current zero-emission forklift rulemaking is not final and has numerous outstanding and unanswered questions regarding its modeling and assumptions. Just a portion of these include unaccounted consumer costs, emissions leakage, differentiations in emissions between model years, infrastructure challenges related to transitioning fleets, significantly limited BEV equipment for class 4 through 6 forklifts with appropriate lift and haul loads, and challenges replacing existing fleets with anything close to a one-to-one replacement standard. We would like to note during this workshop that including any assumptions from the rulemaking into LCFS could prove highly problematic to all calculations based off of it and result in unlikeliness to meet LCFS target goals as drafted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Ryan Kinney. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and introduce your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Yes, hi, good morning. Ryan Kenny with Clean Energy. Thank you for your time this morning. You obviously put a lot of time and effort into this, and it's appreciated, especially posting all the materials yesterday. And I want to acknowledge Cheryl's comment earlier about the CARB not looking to phase out RNG. That's very important. I appreciate that. That being said, there have been a lot of questions raised this morning, and I know this is a workshop format, so I'm not sure if you're going to answer questions later or how it's going to work, but if there's a way to maybe have more staff engagement to answer questions, I think that would be very helpful. I do want to provide support for alternative C to support the CI target to 35% or more. We also consider, we also support the step-down adjustment pre-2030 to drive LCFS related production earlier. I also want to just touch on the motivation behind the biomethane work here. The scoping plan, in our view, does not ban or prohibit biomethane to be used in the transportation sector. It's prescriptive and forward-looking, and it calls for biomethane to be used in buildings, industrial, and hard to decarbonize sectors of aviation, marine, and locomotives. So it's not calling for any sort of expressed ban or not use going forward. Also, the slide that mentioned the executive order to electrify heavy-duty trucks to ZEVs, it was missing also the qualifier from the executive order of where feasible. And of course, to electrify the heavy-duty transportation, it's very difficult, a lot of challenges, as we're seeing in ACF. So I would look at the motivation by CARB for both of these, the scoping plan and the executive order. I also have a question about what happened to the natural gas network. That was mentioned, I think, in a previous workshop. It looks like it's changed to, it has to flow, must physically flow within California or toward the end user. I'm wondering if you could add some more color to that. Who administers this? What's the enforcement? You know, what does this all mean? So those are my questions today, and thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I can just chime in here for a minute. We're definitely taking notes on what we're hearing, and if we need to clarify anything a little bit later, we can do so. We really want to get through as many of the comments as we can. To the RNG deliverability, we took the comments that were raised from the comment letters and think that there is some benefit in aligning deliverability requirements across different programs. And so folks had suggested looking at the RPS and 1440. And so we're evaluating both of those and feel that there's some merit in looking at that in more detail. So looking for additional feedback on that proposal. You're right, we did update it based on some stakeholder feedback, but we would appreciate your input on this approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Next, we have Mikhail Skavarla. I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, appreciate that. Mikhail Skavarla here on behalf of the California Hydrogen Coalition. Just want to thank staff for the work that went into this and the fact that we had all of this information yesterday is incredibly helpful. I think I want to align our initial comments. We appreciate the proposal on the medium heavy duty HRI pathway. We think this is incredibly important, especially in the context of the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation and the state's goals. Look forward to kind of getting in and doing some of our own modeling to verify, and we'll be in close contact with staff on that. With regard to the continuation of the existing HRI pathway and dropping it down to 1%, I think we align our comments with Cali TC on this. Based on advanced clean cars 2, we believe that we'll probably need to look beyond that and have that capacity be a little bit more robust, and to the extent that the CI reduction can reflect necessary deficits in order to allow that to happen. We'd be interested in further working with staff on the CATS model to ensure that we can get there. And so we'll provide some additional follow-up comments in that regard. I did have a question on slide 9 and 49 regarding kind of the petroleum fuel production numbers. Are those based on the scoping plan, and is that consistent with the IPER? I'm just kind of trying to figure out the source there so that we can better reflect that in our examination. But again, incredibly supportive of the direction that this rulemaking is going. We appreciate all the hard work that you guys have done today. Understand that there's a lot of road in front of us to work on the nuance, and thank you.
Hey, Mick, appreciate the question there. And to clarify, so slide, I think you said 49, so that's the modeling outputs without ACF included. So those are modeling outputs from the CATS model itself. And so that is inputting the compliance target schedule and then letting the model solve for one potential pathway to achieve those compliance targets. I can't speak to alignment necessarily with the IPER, although I think the outputs on slide 50 probably align most closely with the scoping plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Jordan. And next we will have the next 3 speakers will be Scott Hederich, Asher Goldman, and Colin Murphy. Scott, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself. Say your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Everybody hear me? Oh, awesome, good. Scott Hedrick with Chevron Renewable Energy Group. First, I do want to thank staff for posting the material yesterday. Very much appreciated. It leads, we think, to a more robust dialogue as we move through the different regulatory proposals. So thanks for that. I just want to point out that we continue to be opposed to the concept of a row crop feedstock cap based on environmental or nutrition concerns. The ILUC program was specifically designed to address the possibility of indirect land use changes globally. And from all accounts, it's doing its job. It did its job. It continues to work moving forward. I want to ask, but I'll also follow up directly with staff because it may be a complicated question. But on slide 39, it looks to show some 50 million acres needed for food markets. How exactly is food markets defined? The reason I ask is it seems the slide misses the nearly 4-to-1 ratio between meal and oil. Meal typically goes into animal feed and then animal protein right into the food markets. As far as human consumption of oil, other than salad dressings and spray oils, oil is typically a minor ingredient in such things as baked snacks and cookies and packaged foods. And those aren't exactly a core segment in USDA's dietary guidelines. So I'm hoping you can respond to what was food markets definition in the data that went into that. Thank you again.
Thank you for your comment. Asher Goldman, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation, and you may proceed.
Hi there, this is Asher Goldman with the Wharton School of Business. I would note two things I'd like to mention. First, again, CARB staff, thank you very much, both for getting the slides out early and also for organizing this entire thing. Two things I'd like to mention here. The first is on the phase down of the book and claim eligibility for biomethane. I would encourage staff to consider both the environmental costs of doing that. There is a real energy cost of requiring molecules to be moved that doesn't translate to any incremental impact on GHG emissions, which are global. And also the business model costs. There is obviously a real regulatory complexity to doing this, as well as real market power that would provide to pipeline operators who would be fully aware of the value of low carbon fuels flowing into California. The other aspect of this I would note is that it would be great to be able to review the specific assumptions that were used to generate that $450 price on, I believe it was slide 51. Yes, 51. From my own modeling and playing around with the CATS model, that would be very, very surprising at a 30% carbon intensity reduction. And so I would suggest that the translation from credit and deficit generation to pricing may be flawed there. And I think that all of this goes to really support an acceleration mechanism that would enable us to not have to take as direct of a stance on where we think the market will go, and instead set the rules to allow the ambition of the market to adjust in real time to how the market performs in terms of decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Colin Murphy. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, thanks. Colin Murphy, the Deputy Director for the UC Davis Policy Institute for Energy, Environment, and the Economy, and I co-lead the Low Carbon Fuel Policy Research Program there. Definitely want to thank staff. There's a lot of work that went into this presentation as well as the workshops before, and we appreciate the opportunity for deep engagement. So there's a number of things I want to cover in the limited time. One is there's a number of issues that have been brought up during previous workshops that are clearly going to need some opportunity to address them in more depth. And I completely sympathize with the desire to get this rulemaking moving quickly in order to implement the higher target and try to stabilize the credit market. But there's things like updating the ILUC factors, updating the EERs, potentially dealing with the biomass cap, upstream feedstock, biomass supply credits, woody waste credits. And it would be really helpful for the stakeholder community to know, have at least a rough timeline of when those might be addressed. It's going to be kind of problematic if we're having to wait until the next major rulemaking in 2028 or so to do that. So I would definitely like to sort of ask if we could get some sort of idea when all the things that are not being addressed in this current rulemaking but have been identified as significant issues might be addressed. Second, I'd like to say, looking at the slide the previous comment mentioned, slide 51, that shows the credit price trajectory from CATS. So totally agree that it's not easy to go from supply and demand balance to a credit price. But I will say that the modeling that we've done using our fuel portfolio scenario model at UC Davis, and we submitted a brief with some of those results with the comment in the last comment period, show that a 30% target is going to be a bit of a strain to get under the current assumptions and sort of vehicle and fleet dynamic modeling. So, I think that the 30% target, it's not out of the question, but I do think that the CATS modeling, comes to a relatively similar high-level conclusion of our own modeling, say that 30% is actually going to be quite ambitious. And that it's going to put a bit of a strain on the market. And when you look at the price, given that there is a fairly strong and effective price ceiling mechanism, what the trajectory in this slide shows is a market that needs a very high credit price in order to keep bringing enough fuels to market to meet the targets, but there's not going to be a mechanism there to do that. And in absence of that, there might, we're be looking at bringing in a lot more RNG or a lot more of crop-based biofuels, as were pointed out by staff earlier in the presentation. So I think we want to think very critically about whether the trajectory and the trade-offs embodied in that 30% target are actually what we want to do. I absolutely agree a 25% target doesn't provide enough supply. There are other numbers between 25 and 30
seconds.
that I think probably look at that. Finally, I would say that a lot of the problems that we're seeing are deal with market volatility, and part of the reason why the market has been volatile is because the way that we quantify credits to date does not reflect the realities of the market going forward. We published a paper that was submitted in December with our previous comment on an approach called fractional displacement crediting.
Please conclude your
This
comments.
approach, sure, thank you. This approach is technology neutral and really provides a more accurate way to account to generate credits, and will reduce a lot of the market volatility and close off some of the loopholes through which pathways that we have some concerns about will be coming in the future. So our website, lowcarbonfuel.ucdavis.edu, you can find the paper there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Stephen Rosenblum, Rebecca Baskins, and Stephen Mueller. Stephen Rosenblum, your microphone is activated. Please introduce yourself, your affiliation, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Steve Rosenblum. I'm a member of Climate Action California, and I wanted to address one specific unintended consequence of the low carbon fuel standard. I'd like to talk specifically about one of the applications for Tier 2 pathway, application B0391, which was completed in September of 2022. In this application, a dairy wants to use digester manure to ship to California to convert to hydrogen as either a gas or a liquid to be used as a transportation fuel. So in this application, they're basically taking advantage of the avoided methane credit, where the calculated emissions of the methane used for hydrogen is between 100 and 155 grams carbon dioxide per megajoule, a carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule. And they get a credit of minus 181 to minus 236 grams carbon dioxide per megajoule. So this is basically an example of an industrial waste being used to generate profit and a manure gold rush. For example, if the manure methane were directly combusted and produced electricity, the carbon dioxide equivalent at a 40% efficiency would be 124 grams of carbon dioxide per megajoule, which is actually quite close to the calculated 100 to 155 grams carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule. So I see no reason why, in terms of the climate, that a project like this should be given a huge credit. I think this needs to be adjusted, because I think it's unjustified in the sense of helping the climate. It does not provide the benefit, and it acts as if avoiding the emission of the methane, which is a waste product, is somehow a benefit to the world. It's not. It's a waste product of an industrial process, and it should be penalized or not given credit, or at least abated at the minimum possible cost. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Rebecca Baskins, your microphone has been activated. Please introduce yourself and you may begin. Rebecca, I see your microphone is active, but I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, sorry about that. Good morning, Rebecca Baskins of California Advanced Biofuels Alliance. Our members represent the biodiesel and renewable diesel markets in the state. First and foremost, thank you for holding this workshop, and we appreciate the time spent on this. We wanted to emphasize the need for more stringent CI targets, at least 30% as soon as possible. We also do not believe there is a need for the virgin oil credit cap, as the LCFS has the ILUC in place to address potential issues due to land conversion and food supply impacts. Again, thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you further on this.
Thank you. And then just a moment. Stefan Mueller, your microphone is activated. Please unmute yourself and you may begin and comment after introducing yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi, my name is Stefan Mueller with the University of Illinois at Chicago. I actually sat on the expert working group on land use change for the California LCFS development back in 2010. And recently I was a member of the National Academies of Sciences LCA Committee on Low Carbon Transportation Fuels. I observed that several carbon programs move towards recognizing climate smart agriculture or carbon removals from agricultural or carbon farming. This includes provisions under the ICAO CORSIA for sustainable aviation fuels, the European Commission's proposal for a carbon removal certification regulation, and even Brazil's Renewable Bio program. In my research, significant amounts of additional greenhouse gas emissions could be reduced if the LCFS further encouraged the adoption of climate smart agriculture, and therefore with these recent developments, I encourage the LCFS team to revisit this issue and open up the Cradle to Farmgate LCA pathway. Thank you for letting me provide these comments here for consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Our next three speakers will be David Dunn, Don Gilstrap, and Neil Kohler. David, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself, your affiliation, and you may begin. David Dunn, I cannot hear you, although I see your microphone is unmuted.
Is that better?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Please provide your comment.
Can you hear me now?
Please provide your comment. We can hear you.
Okay, my question, this is David Dunn with Hartree Partners. My question is regarding the CATS model. My understanding is that it's looking at it solely on a year-by-year basis with having to ensure that the credits are at least equal to or in excess of the deficits, and it's calculating a marginal cost of compliance This is in regards to slide 18 and slide 51.
Hi, David, this is Jordan. I'm not sure if there was a question there, but that is correct. Dylan, I think David may be having audio issues. Let's move on to the next commenter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don Gilstrap, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and introduce your name and affiliation, then you may begin.
Hi, thank you. Don Gilstrap with Chevron. Just a couple of quick comments / questions. Appreciate the work here on the expansion of the HRI FCI crediting to medium and heavy duty vehicles. Just wanted to ask, there was a lot of discussion in last fall's workshops around hybrid stations that supply both medium and heavy duty vehicles and light duty vehicles, and how to model crediting for those stations, specifically to avoid the need for separate infrastructure at the same station to fuel different vehicle types and wasting a lot of capital. Just wanted to confirm that that's still under consideration and how that's being approached. And then separately, I wanted to echo Oscar Garcia's comments on the importance of streamlining fuel pathways, especially tier 2 applications. And also, last fall there was discussion of adding true ups to the pathway application process as one kind of solution there. I don't see that reflected in today's workshop. Just wanted to confirm that that is still planned. And I will continue to encourage, consideration of pushing some of the pathway application review work to outside parties like validators and third-party engineering firms to, alleviate some of the burden on staff. Thanks.
Thank you for your
comment. Don. Just to quickly respond to your HRI questions, I mentioned earlier that we are still considering how to treat hybrid stations for heavy duty and light duty. So more to come on that in the future. Would appreciate continued engagement on technically how to design the language to accurately reflect what we have in the heavy duty and light duty space. And I'll go over to Anil for your streamlining question.
Hey, Don, thought process on the true up. We've been discussing internally. We don't have any specific proposal, but one of the requests in the last workshop was for stakeholders to not just sort of say, yeah, we like it, but we actually provide sort of the implementation steps, because it involves not just sort of the true up, this is post verification. So these are questions we would like answered if we wanted to consider this, but at this time we're still reviewing internally and don't have any specific update.
Thank you, Anil. Next, we have Neil Kohler. I have activated your mic. Please introduce yourself, your affiliation, and give your comments.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to comment and appreciate the presentation. This is Neil Kohler representing the Renewable Fuels Association. We wholeheartedly support more stringent targets of at least 30% and feel that actually something closer to 35% by 2030 is achievable. And we also support an immediate step down in 2024 to send the right market signals for new investment and innovation. Based on slides 49 and 50, it appears that only 10% ethanol blends are being modeled. We had point out that, and have pointed out in prior comments, that the higher blends of E15 and E85 can very cost effectively support greater GHG reductions and a more aggressive compliance schedule. So just as staff was modeling various scenarios with and without the clean fleet rule that is not yet law, we're very deep into the process of certifying E15 in California, having submitted now all the way through tier 3 in the multimedia process. And given the significant benefits of higher blends, both from a criteria pollutant and a GHG basis, we would encourage that was modeled in the CATs. So I'd like to follow up on that. Also would note that by having the additional blends, there is the peak in credit pricing that is forecasted there between 26 and 2026 and 2033, and the immediate opportunities with credit generation at a very cost-effective level with higher blends could help mitigate that. Also would like to follow up with on Stefan Muller's comment, is that in this process, going back now over 2 years, there have been quite a number of commenters on the opportunity, the importance of including climate smart ag in the modified rules and regulations, and a little curious why we haven't seen any of that in today's presentation, and hope to have some follow-up conversation on how we can include the opportunities there as well, as they are very significant. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next 3 speakers will be Muriel Fernand Hercule, Rennie Gopher, and Floyd Vergara. Muriel, your microphone is activated. Please unmute yourself, provide your name, affiliation, and you may provide your comment. Muriel, I see you're still muted. Please unmute your microphone. All right, I'll circle back to you. Rennie Gopher, your microphone is activated. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Rennie the Gopher. I am speaking independent of my professional capacity as someone who does market modeling. And I am commenting to encourage California to consider an annual adjustment mechanism formula, not just for supporting a minimum price, but none of the commenters have spoken to the concerns we might have if we run into large deficits. In CARB's presentation, we saw a period where prices might run above, theoretically above, the cap price in a situation that would probably be formed under a systemic shortfall. I would posit that an undynamic straight line inevitably leads to either a shortfall or oversupply, and that the market certainty necessary for an investment environment could be assured by an annual adjustment mechanism in a publicly available formula. There have been several options floated. I'm not here to float any particular one. One of the reasons for concern about an undersupply and a formula that could adjust to contain or ameliorate a growing shortfall in credits is that it would inevitably necessitate another exercise like we are performing right now, which is to adjust the LCFS in a way to accommodate the shortfalls. The existing mechanisms at the cap involve borrowing forward, but that's probably, even if it was expanded, the borrowing mechanism could probably not make up for the shortfalls in the long term. And instead, a system with an annual adjustment that does ease back on the annual stringencies year over year in a shortfall situation, but still moves towards goal, would be a more stable situation. And again, I circle back to the concept that stability within the program, stability within the price from an annual adjustment mechanism that is assured long-term will provide the kind of investment environment that would be optimal for achieving the goals of the LCFS long-term. Thank you.
Thank you for
I appreciate the comment. Just wanted to briefly respond to that as well. So we did include a slide or two talking about the possible acceleration mechanism that could be added to the program. So we are strongly considering that, and we are interested in further feedback on kind of what the trigger necessarily would be for that type of provision, and also what would the increase in stringency be if it was triggered. Right now, we are looking at this as going one direction, and so accelerating the target stringency rather than letting it ease off and go the opposite direction of the targets. But appreciate the comment and happy to follow up with more. Thanks.
Thanks, Jordan. I'll circle back on Muriel Ferdinand Hercule. Your microphone is activated. Please unmute yourself and provide comment. Okay, it seems as though there's still difficulty there, so I'll move to next. Floyd Vergara, your microphone is activated. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. Floyd Vergara with Clean Fuels Alliance America. First of all, I want to thank you all for posting the materials last night. Really appreciate that. Also want to support and reinforce and amplify the comments made previously by Scott Hedrick and Rebecca Baskins. We continue to support a 30 to 35% CI target with the important caveat that both must not be associated with a crop feedstock credit cap. And to that point, we continue to strongly oppose a crop feedstock cap as being not supported by sound science or other robust evidence. You know, I've heard precautionary principle being touted as a basis for this, and I would say that by itself, precautionary principle is not an adequate basis on which to base a fundamental change to the LCFS, which a feedstock cap is certainly one of. Going to the slide specifically, slide 38, I think there's an implication that LCFS is driving you know, increased use of soybean oil or crop-based oil, and therefore acreage increases is sure to follow. I think this first slide misses the mark in terms of the overall growth in biofuels is driven primarily by the RFS, and LCFS tends to pull the cleanest of the fuels to California, but it's not by itself driving overall growth in acreage. To that point on slide 39, I think there's similar to the previous slide, there is a misunderstanding of you know, what the growth in feedstock supplies implies, and I think this slide and the other slides do not reflect the developments in increasing supplies of both waste, lipids, and crop-based feedstocks. We have certainly provided that information to CARB staff, which point to a continuing growth of up to about 1.9 billion gallons of feedstock supplies without substantial growth in total cropland acreage. I would ask you to take a close look at that information as well as the references. On slide 40, this was framed as a kind of negative. We view this as a positive because the increase in oilseed processing capacity will allow the increase in supply without a concurrent growth in total acreage. With respect to the—
Please conclude your comments.
Yeah, I would just close by saying deforestation and food price impacts, while certainly being important, are by definition indirect effects. CARB's regulation has a modeling framework for that hardwired into the regulation, and I would say that that needs to be looked at as the starting point for this conversation rather than switching over to a cap. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. The next three speakers will be Adil Rajabali, Mary Solecki, and Letitia Phillips. Just a moment. Okay, I'm not seeing Adil at the moment, so I'll circle back to you. Mary Solecki, I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself, your affiliation, and you may proceed.
Thanks, Dylan. Hi, this is Mary Solecki with AJW on behalf of numerous clients. I've got a few comments and then a question. So we're definitely supportive of the strong 2030 target, at least 30%, to ensure maximum emission reductions. I think that CARB can and should be as bold as possible. In support of this, I'm glad to see both the acceleration mechanism and the step down included. And I think that a step down is going to allow a well-designed acceleration mechanism to operate more on the margins and on sort of a less continual basis. So I think that's an important consideration, and glad to see staff include that. I would like to further encourage CARB to consider really a very bold compliance target in lieu of phasing out so many of the credit types that are proposed here. It seems like, if anything, we should be encouraging as many emission reduction opportunities as possible, and instead just pushing for a very strong compliance target. So on to my question. It's on slide 51. I know a lot of people have referenced this. So I just would love to hear some staff thoughts on how we should interpret this graph showing much higher credit prices that are going to be needed between 2027 and about 2032. So presumably these prices reflect the market adjustment to so many credits being phased out. But with the cost containment mechanism in place, should we be concerned about the ability of the market to deliver sufficient credits under the price cap? And would just love to hear staff thoughts on that. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, Mary. Thanks for the question. Just to briefly reply regarding the slide, and I have it over here on this other screen. So we do see that large price spike between 26 and 32 around that time frame. I think the message we're trying to convey with this slide is that the prices should be expected to be strong all the way out through the long term in the program here. And this is assuming a 30% CI target in 2030 and the 90% in 2045. We do have the maximum credit price already established, and so that's around $239 right now. It's $200 and $2016, and so that is a cap on the price that prevents those dramatic spikes. We also think that a strong price signal can bring in additional investment and new crediting opportunities, but there's also, we have on that slide there the potential for other mechanisms like a step change in CI stringency and a compliance target acceleration mechanism where needed as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Jordan. Next, we'll have Adil Rajabali. I've activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself, your affiliation, and you may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Adil. I'm representing Arbor Renewable Gas. Just two quick questions here. So following up on the prior point on that chart where you see LCF prices scale up to 450. So I'm assuming the max price is going to stay at 240, or is it, is CARB reconsidering on moving that up, or that's not really decided yet? I'd love to hear more about that. And then secondly, what is CARB's stance on EOR? I know on the project-based crediting slide, you guys talked about CCS being excluded. I'm assuming that's associated with the geological sequestration. Just curious what CARB's viewpoint is on EOR.
Hi, I can respond to your first question. So similar to what I replied to Mary about in the last question, just wanted to add that that slide 51 does not include the draft Advanced Clean Fleets regulation that was proposed to the board in late 2022, which could add a lot more credits to the program. But at this time, we're not considering an increase in the maximum credit price. And Cheryl?
Thanks, Jordan. Yes, I just wanted to address the EOR. So last year, the legislature passed a bill that excluded some EOR in the state. The LCFS is not proposing to exclude it more broadly, but it's something, you know, we are looking at and we would take public comment on. We know CCS is going to be a solution that we need in the state, and still want to encourage it in the state. So where we said earlier in the slides, except CCS, we're not planning on restricting CCS in the program right now.
Great. Our next speaker will be Letitia Phillips. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Leticia Phillips. I'm with UNICA, the Brazilian Sugarcane and Bioenergy Industry Association. First and foremost, thank you very much to staff for putting this workshop together and giving us this time to comment. We really appreciate all the work that you guys been doing to update the low carbon fuel standard. UNICA would like to reiterate its support for a more aggressive CI target in the low carbon fuel standard program. We believe that by doing so, the state recognizes both the importance and the need to count on all the low carbon fuels available in the market, like Brazilian ethanol, either for fuel or as feedstock for sustainable aviation fuels. We also would like to applaud California for its leadership in setting low carbon fuel policies in other markets, both domestically and internationally. As you all know, Brazil looked up to California for inspiration when it put together her biofuels policy, the RenovaBio program. UNICA will look forward to continue working with your staff on the updates for the low carbon fuel standard program model. We believe there are a number of inputs that should be updated, and we hope that will be updated in this rulemaking. We will review all the documents that you posted for comments, including the tier 1 calculators and lookup tables and the regulatory text, and we'll send our comments on a timely fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next three speakers will be Brian McDonald, Adam Browning, and Bill McGavern. Brian McDonald, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Hi, thank you. Brian McDonald with Marathon Petroleum Corporation. Just had a couple questions, hoping to get some feedback from staff on. The first is, I hear a couple different terms getting thrown around here and just want to clarify. So we talk about virgin oils and waste oils, and we're talking about crop-based feedstocks. This is a question related to potential caps. Like, is staff looking at virgin oils for potential caps, or staff looking at crop-based feedstocks for potential caps? I see those terms sort of being used synonymously and just wanted to clarify. That's my first question.
If you can provide all your comment or question in one go, that'd be great.
Okay, sounds good. And then following up, I think there were a couple other commenters on this. Slide 39 is a little off for me as well. Soybean yields about 18% oil. The rest is mash. So it's not quite clear how this graphic was derived from the USDA oil crops yearbook data. Maybe some clarification around that. And then slide 40, this implies, well, it says additional crop-based feedstocks will essentially fill this demand and additional crushing capacity. Not sure if that's necessarily correct. It implies that it, is going to be filled with new planted acres. But, I think I would encourage staff to look at the market as a whole. Soybeans are exported from the United States. And so some of these crushing facilities are being built to essentially, minimize costs associated with deriving the oils from that soybean. So there's, other reasons for these crushing facilities to be expanded or newly built. It may not necessarily solely be for additional capacity for additional soybean oil. particularly in the case of, the fact that soybean oil is 18% of a soybean. The mash is the remaining portion. So those are my questions and comments. Hope I could get some feedback on that.
Hi, thanks. So we are looking at the crop-based fuels, so virgin vegetable oils, but there is kind of a natural cap with the ethanol for even if we have E10 and that's what we're modeling. Even if we went to an E15, there's a kind of a natural cap there. So we're interested in the public's feedback on where are the biggest concerns. We're generally hearing that it's on the diesel side, but open to where what we need to monitor and how we need to monitor that, and if we need to limit, what those limits look like. So there are some natural limits on some of the fuels, but looking for that input. So that's kind of our perspective right now. And I think that was all I wanted to comment on. I think, did you have another? I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question? If someone can remind me. I think that might be all. Or if I get a reminder, then I can come back on and answer that. Oh, the graph. Thank you. Yes, the graph. We use the data from the USDA. So if you have a better data source, we certainly can take that into consideration. We really want to use publicly available data, generally from an agency. And so we can talk to you about where we got those data and how we interpreted them, but also can welcome your data input as well. Thank you.
Next on our speaking list is Adam Browning. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Hey, Adam Browning. I'm with Forum Mobility. We're a company building charging depots exclusively for drayage in California. Couple of points to make and then one question. So first, just like to say that, highlight that CARB is mandating pretty much a wholesale transition to zero emission vehicles, not to biofuels, and should be directing its funding and resources accordingly. It is time to shift our resources from the bridge to the destination, or the whole enterprise is risked. According to the CEC analysis, we need to be building, installing for medium and heavy duty 53 chargers a day, every day, including Sundays through the end of 2030. Then that number increases to 229 medium and heavy duty chargers a day, every day for the next 15 years. It's an enormous lift. And if we don't put our resources in there accordingly, it will be incredibly difficult to achieve it. So with that, I would encourage you to include ACF in part of your analyses. It is scheduled for a vote, as you all know, at the end of April. From all indications, it is highly likely to be in place by then. It would be a missed opportunity not to include that. The single largest challenge here is the infrastructure, as you well know, and a medium and heavy duty FCI will be incredibly helpful to help encourage that to happen. I encourage you to make that as robust as possible. We'll have some commentary that we'll file later, but I just want to also highlight that the use cases and characteristics of these depots are going to change in medium and heavy duty. And I want you to encourage you to think about the definition of public sites to include hybrid sites where you have secure sort of subscription based for overnight charging, but it is open during the day for opportunity charging with much more access. In your draft regulatory underline, I think the definition is acceptable, but in case you get pressure otherwise, I just wanted to highlight that is of premier importance to maximize utilization. I guess my question here is that when you're considering the figures around the size of the FCI under that scenario B that you've analyzed, what is the total capacity of chargers that would be supported under that in your analyses to date? Like, what is the capacity amount? That's my question, and thank you for the opportunity to share.
Hi, thanks for the question. I don't have that offhand. I know what we've been trying to do is look at the vehicles that were in the scoping plan, the 2022 final scoping plan, and try to map that to how much infrastructure is going to be needed in this rollout of ZEVs. And so I think broadly we're aligned there, but I don't have the numbers in front of me right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Bill McGavern. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and proceed after introductions.
Thanks very much. This is Bill McGavern with the Coalition for Clean Air. And an increase in stringency of the low carbon fuel standard is really essential to reducing our emissions and having a chance to meet our SB 32 target. For that reason, we've actually been calling for years for a stronger standard, and so pleased to see that this is now on the agenda, and we support both a step change soon and an acceleration mechanism to make sure that we do have the stringency that we need and that's called for. Also, we agree with the emphasis in the presentation on using capacity credits to focus on heavy duty infrastructure and in the light duty sector on infrastructure for disadvantaged and low income communities. This is where the emphasis should be, both in light duty on equity, making sure that we're providing clean mobility for all Californians, and also in really accelerating the cleanup of the heavy duty sector, which, as you noted, naturally lags behind light duty and is a crucial one for California to clean up. And finally, we agree that it's important to decarbonize the aviation sector, which is a significant and growing source of emissions and a difficult one to address. So we agree with eliminating the exemption for aviation and having intrastate fuels be covered by low carbon fuel standard deficits, and let's get as much sustainable aviation fuel into use as possible. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll have three speakers: Craig Miller, Dan Rest, and Emma De La Rosa. Craig, your microphone is unactivated. Please unmute yourself, provide your name and affiliation, and you may begin. You are still muted, Craig. If you are there, please unmute yourself. Okay, we'll circle back to you. Next is Dan Ress. Your microphone is activated. Please unmute yourself, provide your name and affiliation, and you may begin. I see you're unmuted, but I cannot hear you. Dan, can you please adjust your microphone? Apologies, but I'll need to circle back to you. I am not hearing anything on your side. Emma De La Rosa will be next. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Emma De La Rosa, Regional Policy Manager with Leadership Council. I'm here to provide a comment on behalf of resident Josefa Gonzalez from Pixley, California. The comment says, my name is Josefa Gonzalez, resident of Pixley, California. My community is surrounded by 26 dairies and 1 digester. We deal with the air pollution that comes from the dairies. There is a constant smell of manure that only worsens during hot weather and in the rain. We need to stop incentives for dairy expansions. The state needs to stop giving money to this industry that is hurting us. Our community is in need and we receive nothing. The only investments we see are the ones to the dairies. This needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'll try Craig Miller one more time. Craig, if you're there, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Okay, Dan Ress, unmute yourself and you may provide your comment. Apologies, we still can't hear you. If this happens, please feel free to provide a written comment, and apologies that we're not connecting. The next three speakers will be Jamie Katz, Leslie Martinez, and Levy Tillman. Jamie Katz, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your name and affiliation.
Hi, yes, this is Jamie Katz with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We work alongside residents of communities near the largest industrial dairies in the San Joaquin Valley that are expanding to take advantage of the LCFS's lucrative incentives. Residents live with the pollution from these facilities and feel these impacts through diagnosis of asthma, cancer, and other respiratory diseases. I want to echo the comments of Earth Justice that CARB is obligated to consider direct regulation of livestock methane emissions. The absence of that consideration is glaring.
Hi, Jamie, was that the end of your comment? You cut off there. Okay, Dylan, let's go ahead and move on to the next commenter. Hey, Dylan, go ahead and check your mute button. We can't hear you.
Appreciate it, that makes more sense. Okay, so next is Leslie Martinez. Please unmute yourself, provide your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Hi, this is Leslie Martinez with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I have the privilege of working alongside community residents in the San Joaquin Valley, and just want to make a few points around the LCFS. First and foremost, want to talk about how it's still a problem with manure. These dairies are still being unregulated, so we are still having contaminants going into pristine, really important water sources for a lot of communities. This is an area with some of the most overdrafted and contaminated water basins, and digesters in the LCFS program do nothing but incentivize more manure that causes more contamination in this already extremely contaminated region. The other issues that we see with these is that we're watching dairies grow, and a lot of the times, a lot of the local governments in the San Joaquin Valley streamline expansions, giving community residents no opportunities to speak against them or speak about their concerns about these digesters. This happened in Pixley and continues to happen in Merced and throughout Tulare County. And then finally, I really want to talk about the public health aspects. Community residents that we work with live with asthma. Their kids can't go outside. The odors, the flies, all of these are continuing to happen. And staff and this board have continuously disregarded community residents' questions. They've disregarded their cries for public health concerns, and really are trying to have this agency understand that this is not a clean fuel. You're paying for it to be a clean fuel. However, it is at the cost of the San Joaquin Valley. It is at the cost of people's kids, being able to breathe, and it is the cost of people being able to just enjoy their neighborhoods. We are not the dumping ground for the state, and we cannot continue to be this dumping ground. Dairies must be regulated, and we cannot continue to pay them to pollute. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Levy Tillman. Just a moment. Levy, your microphone is activated. Please unmute yourself and you may provide comment.
Great, thanks. This is Levi Tillman. I'm with Ampol, which is a provider of EV battery swapping technology and EV powering services. I want to start by thanking the staff at CARB for holding this workshop. But I do want to point to the fact that last I checked, and I know these numbers change, about 97% of vehicle miles traveled on California roads are still not electric, and that the early adopters for electric vehicles represent the low-hanging fruit. So in that context, I want to comment on the importance of technology neutrality in LCFS regulations, especially with the eligibility, with respect to the eligibility of battery swapping for LCFS infrastructure credits. The speed of charging, reliability, and grid impact are consistent problems for EV fleets and drivers that rely on public charging networks. Globally, there are two major pathways for powering EVs, charging and battery swapping. And unfortunately, currently, LCFS basically ignores one of these. Once upon a time, CARB was a lonely voice promoting electric vehicle infrastructure and vehicle electrification more broadly. But today, it's important for CARB to consider the broader context of global EV markets. Battery swapping is an increasingly important pathway in Europe and China. Chinese manufacturer NIO now has over 2,000 battery swapping stations that are able to fully repower an EV in about 3 minutes. Last summer, Alton announced that it had swapped over 30 million EV batteries. And in the first few weeks of 2023, NIO swapped about about 1.25 million battery packs in just 3 weeks. So California is slowly waking up to the importance of battery swapping. Last year's zero emission infrastructure plan noted that battery swapping is a grid-friendly and good option for high utilization vehicles, fleet vehicles, and vehicles without access to overnight charging. And the California Energy Commission recently awarded Ampol a $15 million manufacturing grant for battery swapping modules. But California needs to move faster on battery swapping if it's going to meet its decarbonization goals. The role of the California Air Resource Board is to pursue clean air and to develop a pipeline of technologies that will help the state meet clean air and carbon reduction targets in the future. CARB's historic role has not been to subsidize existing industries, but to help build new industries through aggressive and creative regulation and market-based deployment incentives. From this standpoint, it doesn't make any sense to exclude battery swapping from LCFS infrastructure credits, or for that matter, any other EV programs. And I'll just wind up by saying that I have a lot of respect for CARB as an institution. I wrote a book that published with Simon & Schuster in 2015 called The Great Race, The Global Quest for the CARB, the Future, that talks about the important role that CARB has played in promoting EV deployment. And I think it's really important for CARB to maintain that goal of pushing the envelope and moving technology forward rather than subsidizing the existing sector.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll have Michael Bocadoro, Patrick Dawson, and Zorae Ramirez. Michael, your microphone is activated. Please unmute yourself, introduce your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Thank you. Michael Bocadoro on behalf of Dairy Cares and the Agricultural Energy Consumers Association. Wanted to offer two comments today. First of all, let me thank staff for recognizing the importance of maintaining in-state dairy biomethane projects under the LCFS program. What we've been able to achieve in California to date, reducing methane by over 2 million metric tons through methane capture and beneficial use under the LCFS program, is truly remarkable and did not happen by accident. It happened because we had incentives in place on the front end to provide capital buy down and additional incentives on the back end to provide revenue streams for the capture and beneficial use. Any change to that would lead to significant leakage, which is the second question or point I want to make today in response to the comments from Leadership Council and Earth Justice. CARB is required to take a hard look at leakage. They will continue to. I would suggest anyone who has questions about the opportunities for leakage refer themselves to the recent report that came out of UC Davis in December that does an excellent job of documenting the real, very real, undeniable leakage risk associated with direct regulation of dairies in California. It is not rocket science to understand a basic fact. Demand for dairy products are increasing across the country and across the world. Any attempts to try and regulate dairy methane in California will lead to leakage. Cows will simply move to the path of least resistance, and production will occur in other states and other regions where the emissions will not be controlled, and as a result will be far higher. So if Earth Justice and Leadership Council want to increase global methane emissions, then they're on the right track. I want to commend staff for recognizing the importance of the leakage argument. The legislature also recognized it. It's very specific and explicit in Senate Bill 1383. And we will be happy to submit the UC Davis report again into the record so that Earth Justice and Leadership Council can educate themselves on the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next will be Patrick Dawson. Please unmute your mic, introduce your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Thanks. This is Patrick with PineSpire. We'd like to thank CARB for the presentation and their willingness to expedite changes in the LCFS program. We'd like to express support for a carbon reduction above 30% for 2030, also with the inclusion of a step-down acceleration. We'd also support aligning the deliverability requirements for biomethane to that of electricity to ensure that the biomethane actually makes its way into the state of California. We'd also suggest a date before 2028. We support additional EV refueling infrastructure crediting to allow more rapid deployment. That's all our comments.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Saray Ramirez. I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Hi, Saray Ramirez with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. My comment will actually be from a resident who lives in Planada near a dairy, David Rodriguez, and I'll read his comment for him. My name is David Rodriguez. I live in Planada, California, population 4,000. It's in Merced County and it's been designated as severely disadvantaged community. It's in the San Joaquin Valley, which has some of the nation's worst air quality according to the EPA. I've lived in Planada since 1960. Hillcrest Dairy arrived in Planada in 2002 with 3,000 cows. It now has over 8,000 cows and wants to expand with an additional 1,700 cows. California dairies and livestock account for more than half of California methane emission. Methane has more than 80 times the warning power of carbon dioxide. A single cow produces 154 to 264 pounds of methane gas per year. 2,000 cows produce 240,000 pounds of manure a day. Research is revealing how government-driven agriculture policies are legalizing pollution and the differential treatment of rural communities, especially people of color. Embellishing that biogas digesters is a solution to the environmental hazards is a prime example of this kind of legalized pollution. Biogas is being falsely marketed as a clean, renewable energy solution to solve the problems of an already polluting industry. Biogas is flammable, highly toxic, and potentially explosive. Digesters are expensive and expensive to upkeep. I implore CARB to help stop regulatory exceptionalism and to hold dairies from profiting from severely disadvantaged communities to help stop environmental justice in California. This can only be achieved if CARB redefines clean renewable energy that excludes methane biogas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next three speakers will be Jeremy Martin, Christina Kubran and Nikita Pavlenko. Just a moment. Jeremy, your microphone is activated. Please introduce yourself, your affiliation, and you may begin.
Yes, hello, my name is Jeremy Martin with the Union of Concerned Scientists, and I'd like to comment on the need for a limit on renewable diesel, crop-based and otherwise. What's been happening in the last few years and seems to be on track to keep happening is a rapid relocation of RFS compliance to California. And as it was noted, without a blending constraint and with the ability to convert massive oil refineries quickly, there's no natural limit on this to make sure that it happens gradually. That's it. That does not result, relocating RFS compliance into California does not result in any additional emissions reductions. When it was a small amount, a reasonable share of RFS compliance, then the incentives in the LCFS to avoid crop-based fuels, did provide a benefit motivated, included by the indirect land use factor, among other things. But shifting it wholesale, as is happening quickly, is undermining that benefit. It undermines other states. It makes sure that other states cannot replicate the California policy because California's rapidly absorbing the lion's share of bio-based diesel in the United States. So the ILUC factor is not an effective means to mitigate this problem, which is happening right now. It's undermining the LCFS, it's undermining other states' efforts, and it can lead to lots of other perverse and counterproductive outcomes. Shifting the lion's share of California diesel to renewable diesel is leading California to export fossil diesel to kind of balance refinery output. This is just not a smart way to run the policy, and there's a straightforward way to address it by limiting California's share of renewable diesel to a reasonable share of US consumption. That'll just keep all the policies working better, make sure California's model can be replicated, and that California has a balanced portfolio of fuels being supported by the LCFS. Also, phasing out methane credits is important and should be implemented sooner. If CARB believes that leakage concerns are an important thing, it should make an affirmative determination of that, take public comment on the evidence, allow consideration of alternative means to address leakage concerns. This also undermines the LCFS and shouldn't be done based on a kind of tacit understanding, but should be explicitly and affirmatively explained and considered. I'm also very concerned. It appears CARB's prepared to let refineries claim LCFS credit for methane capture anywhere in the U.S. With these huge avoided methane credits. This is going to create a poorly designed ag offset program that would substitute for real emission reductions at refineries that would actually have air pollution co-benefits for refinery communities. This kind of paper emissions reductions don't clean up California's transportation emissions. They don't support investment in real mitigation technologies. So this is really not a good strategy to move California forward. And finally, I'll note that the structure of these workshops and the regulation itself make it really challenging to get meaningful feedback from community members that are impacted by the current and future projects supported by the LCFS. So I urge CARB to hold a workshop dedicated to a more meaningful community engagement and to design that workshop in consultation with community-based environmental justice groups and the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee to cover issues that are relevant to communities and hear their concerns and help California meet its equity goals. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Nick. Just a moment. Christina Kubran, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your name, affiliation, and you may begin.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Christina Kubran. I'm a new startup, 352 Innovation. And I had just sat in on a US DOE Hydrogen Fuel Cell Technologies Office, HFTO, webinar on H2 ICE and what's going on in the whole world with that. And Europe is actually, they've done their petroleum IC engine ban effective 2035, but they're in the process of actually determining whether or not H2 ICE would be considered low emission, zero emission, or where it fits in with their schedule, with their upcoming meetings and stuff, is what they kind of went into. And they noted that a lot of the national labs, Sandia and like Argonne and all the IC engine manufacturers around the globe are really investing in H2 ICE, especially in tightening up the engine so that you get less oil blow by, you get less hydrogen loss through the combustion chamber, and make it a lot safer and eliminate NOx, because all it will really make is NOx unless you have oil blowing past the rings. The only CO2 that came in from the air, and it goes right back out the exhaust. It gets completely unchanged. So I was wondering, now I know CARB does not technically consider H2 ICE to be zero emission, and has CARB considered what emissions levels they would want out of H2 ICE? And if so, at what would you consider it to be zero emission? If we had no NOx and no CO2 and technically had no emissions, would that be considered zero emissions? Like, I'm just looking for CARB to kind of give us some guidance, because there's a lot of manufacturers coming out with brand new engines for big rigs. Wabtec is looking at converting older locomotive diesel engines to run on hydrogen as a combustible fuel. And so, if I can help CARB with this, with H2 ICE, please let me know if I can help. Engines are kind of my thing, and I'm really excited about this. I think it's a great way to rapidly eliminate emissions, at least significantly reduce them, with very little cost, quick modification, and the infrastructure is already coming up, and as some way to fill in the gap as fuel cell costs drop down and BEVs improve, and then pretty soon internal combustion engines will probably go by the wayside because it's a cost per widget, and when you have thousands of less widgets to manufacture, you're just not going to make them anymore, right? So it's a great interim and a great way to keep classic cars classic and hot rodders happy. And so I'd really like to know what CARB is looking to set for emissions regulations regarding H2 ICE, and what would you consider to be zero emissions with H2 ICE? So if I can help out, let me know. Christina Kubran, 352 Innovation, kkubran at 352innovation.com. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for this great webinar. It's very, very informative and insightful. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like you have a lot of information, so you can follow up with us outside of the workshop, and we can connect you with the right folks.
Next, we'll have Nikita Pavlenko. I have activated your microphone. Please introduce yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Nick Pavlenko, International Council on Clean Transportation. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you for the presentation. So I think the interest in pursuing higher CI reductions is laudable, but I think it's also critical to ensure the integrity and quality of greenhouse gas reductions achieved under the LCFS. I echo Jeremy's comments earlier on the need for a cap on lipids in the program, but in the interest of time, I want to focus on biomethane. And critical here is the question of avoided methane crediting. And though there are some promising steps proposed here, I don't think that CARB has gone far enough in this workshop. So avoided methane crediting is intended to meet the requirements of SB 1383, but crediting projects out of state without any kind of assurance of their vintage and additionality does little to address in-state methane emissions. And furthermore, it falls short of the legal intent of the policy. Reducing dairy sector emissions in other states might be a positive step in principle, but it's far removed from the intended outcomes on the transport sector that the LCFS is intended to drive, which is particularly egregious, I think, as we're hearing from affected communities in state that CARB isn't doing enough. Given the limited size and limited growth potential of the natural gas fleet in the state, continued growth of this fuel in the LCFS, particularly from out-of-state producers credited via book and claim, has a negligible impact on transport emissions and de facto fuel diversification and dilutes the effectiveness of the LCFS. We urge a faster transition to phasing out avoided methane crediting, as well as stringent deliverability requirements to ensure that support is going to in-state projects that actually deliver on the state's methane reduction goals. It's our view also that the proposed exclusion of hydrogen from the proposed deliverability requirements greatly weakens them. For example, a recent project was approved for biomethane hydrogen in California that was based on a dairy in Wisconsin that had been capturing methane since 2013, long before the application. This is a blatant example of the lack of scrutiny that dilutes the effectiveness of the current book and claim system and its insufficient additionality and vintaging requirements. This kind of example could proliferate under the new system. This would double down on the existing problem and potentially even expand on it, as hydrogen may qualify for an EER multiplier in some uses. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll have Margaret Lobb, Patrick Wood, and Will Barrett. Margaret, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute, provide your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Margaret Lobb. I'm with Energia. I want to thank staff for all the work putting on this workshop, providing these materials in advance, and clearly considering the feedback carefully provided from previous workshops. We at Energia agree with CARB's assessment that biomethane growth must continue and accelerate to support state climate goals, both within and beyond the transportation sector. To that end, I do want to reiterate what a number of folks have already noted, that a phase out of the avoided methane crediting is counter to that goal of increasing biomethane production and use within the state. A methane credit phase out should not be implemented until there is an alternative program established that can provide a similar market for biomethane. Further, I'll also note that the avoided methane crediting should not only be maintained, but updated to ensure that avoided methane is most accurately calculated based on best available data. In particular, we know that the assumed landfill capture rates for methane in the GREET model significantly underestimate the latest available data on landfill methane emissions. Excuse me. The current assumptions used to determine avoided methane for RNG from landfill diverted food waste is actually taken from a 1997 EPA report. That EPA assumption is currently the subject of a lawsuit against the EPA for neglecting to update this data, as is mandated by the Clean Air Act to do so regularly. As a result, the EPA is now reevaluating landfill emissions rates, and we encourage CARB to do the same, look at mechanisms to update that, in particular based on all of the work that CARB has done to collect additional data with respect to methane emissions from landfills. Updating the landfill capture rate is critical to appropriately quantifying the avoided methane of RNG from landfill diverted food waste, as well as to supporting biomethane production and achieving SB 1383 mandates. Thank you again for the time and opportunity to comment. We look forward to providing additional written comment in the weeks to come. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. So later today, we're going to talk about additional updates. And part of that is looking at tier 1 calculators. And so we will be looking at a number of factors if we need to adjust them, including the capture efficiency for organic waste. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Next is Patrick Wood. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, provide your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Hello, this is Patrick Wood from Ag Methane Advisors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. And like many other commenters have shared, thank you to staff for all the hard work you put into these comments and for providing the materials yesterday. It is extremely helpful. Couple quick comments and then one question. Just generally want to support the comments of many others about strong CI targets, at least 30%, if not more, supporting the step-up provisions, adjustment mechanisms, supporting that biomethane shouldn't be phased out until there are clear mechanisms for alternative uses of biomethane. And like the comments of, Sam Wade from the RNG Coalition, to align the deliverability requirements with the EPA RFS. All that being said, I have a question about one of the proposed deliverability requirements, which the one related to starting in 2028. Is staff thinking that if you choose that to implement that requirement, would it apply to all new projects on that date chosen in 2028, or only when projects come to apply for new crediting periods? I would hope that it would apply only to projects when they come for new crediting periods, and so that any projects started before 2028 could continue their complete crediting period before such a requirement took effect. That would be necessary to be consistent with the other goals of maintaining clear price signals, maintaining stability, so that the investment community can know what the long-term trajectory for their new projects in development coming into the program are. So that's my question. Thank you.
Hi, Patrick. Thanks for the question. So just confirming, yes, the concept right now is any projects that were certified for those 10-year crediting periods before that 2028 date would be, that those 10 years would be seen out in full. And so if you get it, basically if someone got in before 2028, those 10-year crediting periods, that would still stand for that project. Thanks.
Thank you, Jordan. Next, we'll have Will Barrett. Please unmute yourself, provide your name and affiliation, and you may begin.
Hi, this is Will Barrett with the American Lung Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today and join with all the stakeholders in this important discussion. So first, as California moves to zero emission technologies and away from combustion to protect community health, as a baseline, we view the LCFS review as an opportunity to really boost health in communities bearing harms today from the transportation sector and the combustion of fuels. So we support the concept of a more stringent carbon intensity standard and an acceleration mechanism, as well as a step down to help get us on a path to healthier transportation fuels more quickly. We think that the priority within this pursuit of a stronger program really should be coupled with providing local emission reductions to provide local clean air benefits as we're pursuing lower carbon fuels. On capacity credits, we'd echo the light duty comments made by Coalition for Clean Air related to targeting infrastructure to serve disadvantaged communities today. We know that these communities have too often been left out of technology advancements and want to make sure that we continue to correct course by investing in clean air opportunities in disadvantaged communities. On the medium and heavy duty side, earlier I heard CalETC reference the need to stay ahead of the market with capacity credits. As the medium and heavy duty market grows, we're very much supportive of that as a critical public health intervention. Wanting to see more and more zero emission vehicles out there, want to make sure as the LCFS signal is strengthened for electrification, we want to make sure that the capacity credits are really bringing that market forward as the advanced clean trucks regulation and the advanced clean fleets regulation come online. We think that both the ACT and ACF should be included in all the thinking here to take a comprehensive view of the program. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, I heard from Union of Concerned Scientists, Jeremy bringing up the concept of more input from community members to be able to have the space to hear more on pollution impacts in their communities, making sure that they're heard and fully understood through this process. So wanted to add that echo of support for community engagement opportunities, additional workshops within those communities so that more community voices can be heard and really explored in terms of how the program can be set up. So with that, thank you very much for taking the time and taking the comments.
Thank you for your comments. The next three speakers will be Chris Bellelli, Eric Mincer, and Andrew Craig. Chris, I have activated your phone. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, thanks. Chris Bellelli, Growth Energy. We represent the ethanol industry. I want to appreciate all the work you all have done and appreciate all the materials. Similar comments to Neil Curler and Stefan Mueller earlier. Really want to emphasize the importance of including E15 in modeling going forward. We think we're near the end of that process of getting approval for sale in California. California is one of the few states where E15 is currently not allowed. Our analysis shows E15 has the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in California alone by 1.9 million tons a year, the equivalent of taking 400,000 vehicles off the road. Additionally, as Stefan and Neil noted, the importance of including crediting from agriculture, things like cover crops, no-till, and other innovations at the farm and frankly at the plant. That's going to be important for higher ethanol blends and for ethanol blends in general, but also in additional applications of alcohol to jet for sustainable aviation fuel. Appreciate all the work. We will certainly be providing more in our written comments, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. We're coming up on time, so I know that there's additional folks in the queue, and maybe we could ask you all to have your comments at the end of the next session. So we want to maintain being on time, and I did want to answer a few questions that came up over the course of this that I have some answers to. So first, I think there was a question on avoided methane crediting and how the 10-year crediting period would work. So when we approve projects, we allow that 10-year crediting period. And what we're saying is you can reapply for an additional 10 years up to 2030. So if you had originally applied in the program at 2019, you would be certified through 2029. With our proposal, that's before the 2030 date. So you could reapply and get an extra another 10 years of that avoided methane crediting. So you'd have 20 years of full crediting. What we're contemplating is saying if you had a project in 2024, for example, and got crediting through 2034, staff are thinking about allowing a 5-year additional crediting period from the 2030 to 2035 period. You could reapply for another 5-year period. So the idea is to phase out everything by 2040, but that reapplication potentially could still be there for those projects who implemented projects early. On the question on modeling, we had a few questions on modeling. Infrastructure crediting has been reflected in the CATS outputs. So someone had asked if that was in there, and it is. We were asked a couple times about other scenarios being run. We are working on updating the model and being able to put that out publicly. We hope to do that in the next week, so folks can run their own scenarios if they want to look at different options of different CI targets, E15, things like that. So we're hoping to put that model out in the next week. That's all I have for now, and I think that we are a little over time. So we're going to break for lunch. We're going to have another presentation, and then we'll have another Q&A session at the end. So I'll hand it back to Dylan. I think we can wrap it up.
Great, thank you, Cheryl. And as mentioned, we'll be taking a lunch break for the next 30 minutes and ask that you return at 12:30 for us to continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone got a little break. Welcome back. All right, so this afternoon session, the presentation is shorter. We're going to go over streamlining and verification, trying to get more folks into using the Tier 1 calculator. So staff are working on making those even more usable and talking about some verification updates as well. So with that, I'm going to hand it to Anil Baral to start the presentation.
Thank you, Cheryl. Before we dive in, we will first provide an update on program implementation. Next slide, please. LCFS has been successful in driving low carbon investment and diversifying our fuel pool. The encouraging result is tied to the successful implementation of LCFS provisions, including field pathway certification and annual verification. Staff has certified over 1,350 pathways since 2019. The program introduced annual verification in 2020. Since then, the program has successfully undergone 2 rounds of annual verification for the 2020 and 2021 reporting periods. Staff has also approved 9 innovative crude project applications and 3 refinery investment credit program applications. Next slide, please. Like so many of CARB's innovative programs, the success of California's LCFS program is attracting other jurisdictions to adopt their own clean fuel programs. We work closely with other jurisdictions who have adopted similar programs, including Oregon and Washington. We also collaborate closely with other states and are seeing growing interest from a number of jurisdictions. As interest in our program grows and other jurisdictions consider their own programs, we want to continue to improve efficiency and maintain program integrity to ensure that our program remains exportable. Next slide, please. In previous workshops, we presented various opportunities for improving implementation and sought your feedback. Today, we are going to update you on progress made to streamline LCFS implementation. I won't read through the list, but these are the items staff will be discussing in the sessions of the workshop. Next slide, please. California is driving a faster transition to zero emissions for specific technologies, including electric forklifts. The LCFS has supported these efforts, and now California is doing even more, including developing a zero emission forklift regulation, which could require a full zero emission transition by 2038. As the LCFS has provided early support for transition of these technologies away from fossil fuel, it is appropriate to evaluate the need for ongoing support and to align LCFS crediting with other policies. Our approach centers on 3 primary principles. First, LCFS crediting further incentivizes private investment in transportation decarbonization. Second, reflect electrification success. And third, identification of harder to transition equipment. Next slide, please. Staff presented a potential phase out of forklifts at an earlier workshop and received feedback on certain technologies that may require ongoing support. Working with staff leading the zero emission forklift regulation, staff are proposing that some ongoing support may be warranted, but a phase down for certain categories align with data showing zero emission penetration. Staff proposed to reflect the state of the forklift transition by reducing the crediting potential by 50% for zero emission forklifts with lift capacities less than 12,000 pounds. Zero emission options for forklifts with lift capacities greater than 12,000 pounds have been slower to market, and therefore penetration has been much lower. Therefore, staff are proposing to maintain crediting of those categories. Additionally, to align with other LCFS electricity application, staff are proposing metering for all forklift transactions. To streamline implementation, the first fuel reporting entity and the default credit generator for electric forklifts will be changed to the owner of the charging equipment. Staff will continue to evaluate technology maturity as the regulation is implemented to further focus the LCFS toward fossil fuel displacements. Next slide, please. The scoping plan calls for accelerating the transition to hydrogen use in support of achieving carbon neutrality. The scoping plan scenario projects a significant growth of renewable and low CI hydrogen production, spurred by its demand for transportation and hard to electrify in ages. In this context, book and claim of low CI hydrogen can be one mechanism to support the scoping plan energy transition goal by overcoming bottlenecks in hydrogen production and supply. Book and claim of pipeline injected hydrogen allows matching of the low CI hydrogen to transportation in uses. Staff proposed to expand the existing book and claim provisions to include low CI hydrogen injected into the pipeline network. Staff are considering aligning the book and claim eligibility with the hydrogen production incentive eligibility under the Inflation Reduction Act. To do so, staff are considering well-to-wheel CI threshold of less than or equal to 55 gram CO2 equivalent per megajoule of gas for gaseous hydrogen and less than or equal to 95 gram CO2 equivalent per megajoule for liquid hydrogen. Staff is considering excluding hydrogen derived from fossil gas from book and claim eligibility. Staff requests detailed feedback to streamline processes to incentivize production and delivery of low CI hydrogen. Next slide, please. LCFS currently incorporates simplified Tier 1 calculators designed to streamline the fuel pathway application review and validation process. The Tier 1 calculators were developed for pathway types for which CARB staff have extensive experience evaluating. These calculators have predefined input fields for entering site-specific data and well-defined CI calculation. The simplified Tier 1 calculators streamline application review and validation steps. Staff are considering updating the following simplified Tier 1 calculators as shown on the table. Next slide, please. Here are some of highlights of the potential changes that you can expect to see in the simplified Tier 1 calculators. They will have a refined user interface and updated emission factors. They will be accompanied by updated instruction manuals. The biodiesel renewable diesel calculator will be split into two separate calculators, one for biodiesel and one for renewable diesel. The Tier 1 ethanol calculator will include pathway options requested by fuel pathway holders between 2019 and 2022. For example, barge transfer for starch and fiber ethanol and consideration of pipeline for sugarcane ethanol. For renewable natural gas from anaerobic digestion of dairy or swine manure, staff seek to enhance the model functionality and flexibility to accommodate Tier 1 pathway classification. Staff are also considering creating a new Tier 1 simplified CI calculator for hydrogen. This new calculator will include electrolysis and steam methane reforming hydrogen fuel pathways. It will include integrated book and claim module and pipeline and tubular transport, including transfill. Next slide, please. Staff are also considering creating a Tier 1 simplified CI calculator for electricity generated from biogas of dairy or swine manure using non-combustion technologies. Staff seeks feedback from stakeholders on the types of technology that would qualify for CI modeling using this newly generated calculator. Staff seek stakeholder feedback on appropriate LCA methodology and alignment with the federal renewable fuel standard range. Next slide, please. Historically, LCFS amendments have included updating of life cycle inventory to consider modeling fuel life cycle emissions using the most accurate, robust, and up-to-date data sources. For this round of amendments in development, staff are working on updating emission factors, including in all Tier 1 simplified calculators. Staff are in the process of updating emission factors from the sources listed on this slide. These emission factors will appear embedded in the draft Tier 1 calculators that staff plan to release for public feedback. Next slide, please. The LCFS regulation provides lookup table pathways with standard, simple to use carbon intensity values. The lookup table pathways do not require applications except for zero CI electricity and hydrogen pathways. The lookup table pathways are simpler to process and use. The current lookup table pathways have been developed using data from the California Grid 3.0 model. With the updates of these emission factors, lookup table CI values are also impacted. Hence, staff is considering updating the lookup table CI values for the following fuel pathways: CARB, ULSD, compressed natural gas, propane, and California grid electricity. Since staff are considering developing a Tier 1 calculator for hydrogen, the hydrogen lookup table pathways will be removed from the lookup table. Next slide, please. Draft version of all Tier 1 calculators and updated lookup table pathway CIs will be published on the LCFS website between February 21st and April 15th, 2023. A separate docket will be provided to facilitate gathering and staff incorporation of focused calculator feedback. Staff request stakeholder feedback on Tier 1 calculators no later than April 30th, 2023. For the rest of the presentation, I'm going to hand the presentation over to my colleague, Guo Io.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Anil. This slide highlights some of the potential implementation updates to the crediting opportunities for crude and petroleum fuels. Staff is considering modifying crediting eligibility for hydrogen used at petroleum refineries. For example, under the refinery investment crediting provision, staff is considering proposing to allow hydrogen production facilities supplying hydrogen directly to the refineries to implement eligible GHG reduction projects. Under the renewable hydrogen crediting provision, staff is considering proposing to allow renewable hydrogen production not co-located with a refinery to be eligible for crediting through joint application. This consideration is aimed to enhance the technology deployment and the production volume of low CI hydrogen. For innovative crude projects, staff is also considering proposing streamlining reporting requirements to allow quarterly or annual submission of the project reports, as is currently permitted for refinery investment projects and the renewable hydrogen refinery credit projects. In addition, staff is considering updating the displacement emission factor for innovative crude projects using solar electricity to align with the updated E-grade emission factor for California-grade electricity for consistency with the treatment of electricity as a process energy for other fuel pathways. Next slide, please. The current regulation requires CARB to regularly update the OPG model and the crude lookup table. In 2021 and 2022, CARB held 2 workshops to present and request feedback on the updated OPG model to the public. The model was updated based on stakeholder feedback, and staff recently finalized the OPG model update. Staff developed the supplemental documents for calculating the 2010 baseline crude CI, as well as the crude lookup table. The documents were posted on the workshop webpage and will be incorporated as part of the upcoming LCFS reg amendments proposal. Next slide, please. Successful greenhouse gas reduction programs require a system to monitor, report, and verify data in order to maintain the integrity of the reduction program. Currently, the LCFS supplements the existing work of CARB staff with a verification system that requires regulated entities of certain credit generating types to retain the services of independent third-party verifiers. Next slide, please. The first item is regarding project-based crediting. Fuel pathways are currently validated by third-party verifiers prior to approval by CARB, and the staff is considering applying this requirement to project-based crediting applications as well. This change aligns and streamlines the approach between the 2 provisions with the accompanying benefits of validation for project-based crediting applications, which are less standardized than fuel pathways. Next slide, please. Additionally, CARB staff is considering proposing to align our verification requirements for electricity crediting types with other verification provisions, including the categories shown here. Next slide, please. Currently, the LCFS regulation includes a language that allows for an entity producing less than 6,000 credits and deficits to defer third-party verification for up to 2 years. CARB staff is considering extending eligibility for deferral of third-party verification to the newly subject transaction types listed in the previous slide. An analysis by CARB staff showed that if the potential transaction types had been subject to 2019, 2020, and 2021 verification requirements with deferral eligibility for entities reporting less than 6,000 credits, roughly 99% of all generated credits would have been verified every year across all subject transaction types. CARB staff are continuing analysis of cost impacts and request stakeholder feedback on the staff consideration to expand the transaction types for verification and associated implications. Next slide, please. CARB is preparing a programmatic level environmental analysis assessing the potential for adverse and beneficial environmental impacts associated with the proposed amendments to the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program. The EA is prepared according to the requirements of our certified regulatory program under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. The EA will be based on the anticipated reasonably foreseeable actions undertaken by entities in response to the proposed amendments, which could have the potential to cause indirect physical changes to the environment. CARB is using the CEQA environmental checklist, Appendix G from the CEQA guidelines, as a framework for assessing the potential for significant impacts resulting from reasonably foreseeable actions. The checklist includes criteria related to resource areas, such as aesthetic, agriculture and forest resources, biological resources, cultural resources, geologic and soil resources, hazards and hazardous materials, among others. The EA will be included as an appendix to the staff report. Next slide, please. The EA will include a description of the reasonably foreseeable actions that appear most likely to occur as a result of implementing the proposed amendments. The potential adverse impacts and feasible mitigation measures and alternatives analysis. Staff welcomes public input on the appropriate scope and content of the EA as it's being developed, including the reasonably foreseeable actions that may occur in response to the proposal, the potential significant adverse impacts, potential feasible mitigation measures, and feasible alternatives to proposal that could reduce or eliminate any significant adverse impacts. The draft EA will be released for a 45-day public comment period with a staff report. With that, I will pass things to my colleague, David Thompson, who will be facilitating the question and answer session.
Thank you, Guo. Again, we would like to remind you that this meeting is being recorded. We will post this recording on our meetings and workshops webpage for all who would like to view this workshop at a later time. If you'd like to share feedback or ask questions, please click the raise hand button in the GoToWebinar toolbar. I will then call your name and activate your microphone. Please unmute yourself and proceed to introduce yourself and provide your feedback. One final reminder that we're limiting feedback to 3 minutes to accommodate as many people as we can. Our first 3 speakers will be Marielle Ferdinand Hercule, Ed Ward, and Eric Mincer. Marielle, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and provide your feedback. Marielle, it looks like you're still muted. Okay, we will move on. Ed Ward, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and provide your feedback. Ed, it looks like you're still muted. we will, I guess we'll try a third time's the charm here. Eric Mincer, I've activated your microphone.
Hi, this is Eric Minter with Gelber Group. I have a question about the conceptual step down change. What step downs are considered by the CARB? Are you considering a particular percentage decrease in the carbon intensity for 2024, or is there a certain method you're planning to use to determine what that step down is? Thanks.
Hi, Eric. I can address that. We don't have a particular number for you today. This is still something that we're looking into, but as we showed in the slides, the concept there is more of a near-term step down within the 2020s to send a stronger price signal in the short term. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks.
James Hendry, you are next on our list. The couple after that will be Andrew Craig and Colin Murphy. James Henley, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your feedback.
Good afternoon. I'm James Hendry with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. I just want to kind of follow up a little more on the thinking behind the verification for electricity generated LCFS credits. It seems that if you're going to have a very large number of charging stations, it's going to be administratively complex, and the electric industry is already highly regulated. Basically, you're getting the energy generations, you're coming from a regulated utility. There's the Regis system, which tracks under state law sort of the renewable energy credits. So I guess I'm wondering, could you explain further the need for it? And I guess secondly, is it possible you could look at a lighter form of regulation, given this other regulation, and maybe even need a separate set of verifiers, because it's kind of a different data set than a lot of what the current verifiers do.
Thank you. Yes, we're looking at how this would be implemented and looking for feedback. So we're trying to understand the data that would be collected, kind of how the different current verification steps would work in terms of things like site visits and kind of what makes sense, because it is a different it's a little bit different, but we really want to bring in verification to this important and growing part of the LCFS, just to maintain its integrity. So we look forward to hearing suggestions or input on this proposal, but it seems important to have some sort of verification in this program for this large credit generator.
Thank you. James Headley, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. I just asked the question, so you
sorry about that.
Moved on. Thank.
Andrew Craig, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and provide your feedback.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Craig with California Bioenergy. We are a developer of dairy digester projects in California, and wanted to thank CARB staff for the opportunity to comment, and just for the huge amount of effort that has gone into this workshop. And want to comment to express my support for a number of the proposals made during this workshop. First, supporting the concept of a more stringent CI target, and believe CARB can drive further GHG reductions by setting an aggressive CI reduction target of 35%. We also believe the near-term step down is critical to drive down the swelling credit bank and support the automatic acceleration mechanism that has been discussed. We believe the avoided methane crediting should be preserved indefinitely, as this will be needed to incentivize investment now until a comparable alternative program is developed in industrial or other hard to electrify sectors. So in the meantime, We urge CARB to work with stakeholders on developing this transition program, and we stand ready to participate and partner with CARB on this effort to further achieve reductions in the state. And I'm also pleased to see the proposals to streamline the pathway reviews, and in particular with respect to the utilization of the Tier 1 calculators. I'm looking forward to reviewing the details of these. I'm not sure what the baseline adjustment is for the digesters. This wasn't really discussed, but would be curious to learn more of those details and what the justification would be for a baseline adjustment. And then lastly, I'll just follow. I just had one question about the avoided methane phase out that I'm hoping CARB can answer. So basically, is CARB seeking to phase out avoided methane from dairy RNG by 2040 altogether, or are there some provisions that would allow avoided methane crediting to continue for dairy RNG if it's not used for combustion in CNG vehicles, and instead used for hydrogen production or generating electricity in a fuel cell for EV charging, or in sustainable aviation fuel, which is also hard to decarbonize. So just wondering if there's some exceptions there to allow the avoided methane credited to continue beyond 2040.
Thanks, Andrew. So the concept right now is to phase out the avoided methane crediting altogether by 2040. So it's not just for the use in a primary fuel, but the RNG could still get credits in the program. It's just that we're phasing out the avoided methane crediting part of it.
Thanks, Cheryl. The next three comments will come from John Sens, Man Alter, and William Berger. John Sens, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Yeah, just one, this is John Sens with Chevron Renewable Energy Group. I just had a quick question. I saw that for the Tier 1 model, model release dates, you had a time frame for releasing them all the way up to April 15th, and the deadline for comments is April 30th. I'm just wondering if staff could comment kind of on when they expect to roll most of them out, and if they can speak to if there's any one in particular they're looking to release closer to that 4/15 deadline, because the 2-week turnaround is kind of quick to review the model. Thank you.
Hey, John, this is Anil. We are expecting to put that out much earlier. We just wanted to give a little bit of the buffer, but if there is something that comes closer to April 15th, we could potentially, we've already rolled out a couple of them. We're expecting to roll out several of them in March. But if it does get into that April 15th and you have issues related to the timeline, we can always give you a little extra time. But at this point, I think we're on target to wrap up a lot by the end of March. Does it help?
Our next comment will come from Man Alter. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your feedback.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. This is Man Altaher from Smart Charging Technologies. I have a question regarding forklifts on slide 60. The second bullet talks about forklifts that are less than 12,000 pound lift capacity. The first sub-bullet talks about including 50% electrification in the baseline for credit generation. Could you please elaborate more on this? And the next question is regarding reduction of ER by 50%. How did you reach this percentage? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Man, for your question. So the value of 50% and the way that it's taken into the baseline is the reduction of the ER by 50%. And we got to that value by looking at historical population data from what we can gather on zero emission forklifts relatives to the overall population, and including all the eligible forklifts that are in the program. And we look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Our next commenter is William Breiger. William, please activate, sorry, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Yes, this is Will Brieger for 350 Sacramento. And I want to address just 2 points. One is we support the stringency increases and urge you to go as far as the model shows appropriate. And secondly, we love streamlining. So one of my favorite examples of that is the simplified calculators. That sort of thing makes it easier for the private parties, and more importantly, makes it easier for other jurisdictions to adopt an LCFS. And I don't think it can be said often enough. It's worth remembering that every good idea that we put into the reg to make it a little more scientifically perfect adds pages to the regulation and scares off another state. We should remember not every state has an Anil Prabhu and a Ray Kin and the rest of the pathway review team that's so good here. I think everybody needs a little tattoo or piece of paper on their desk that says it's okay to be less than perfect. We need a program that works, which we have, and that other states will see as well. That's something we could do easily. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment will come from McKinley Addy, followed by Tyler Lobdell and Sam Wade. McKinley, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I'm McKinley with ATRA. I was privileged to lead the early joint agency work that customized the grid model for use in California. That work with the California Energy Commission and the Air Resources Board. Thanks for hosting the workshop and the continued efforts to improve the LCFS. My comment and question relate to the slides titled Updates to Emission Factors and Updates to the Lookup Tables. I could not see the page numbers, and so forgive that. There has been stakeholder interest in understanding and accounting for what my company's group has called fire-caused attributable indirect emissions, FICA emissions. Concept in effect to indirect land use change emissions, FICA emissions assigned to grid electricity pathways, carbon emission wildfires ignited by grid electric equipment. As electricity is a major input to many, if not all, fuel pathways, electricity indirect emissions can substantially change the carbon intensity of all fuel pathways. The propagation of electricity emissions, indirect emissions, is not linear. Has CARB done any work on electricity indirect emissions or plan to in this update round?
Hi, I think maybe I need a little bit more information on your question, so feel free to email me or provide comments on that so that we can take a look at that question a little bit more closely.
Tyler Lobdell, you are the next. You are next in line. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your feedback.
Thank you. My name is Tyler Lobdell, and I'm commenting today on behalf of Food and Water Watch. As CARB staff knows, Food and Water Watch and several other organizations have been explaining the deeply flawed operation of the LCFS and the unjust results flowing from those flaws for a couple years now. And unfortunately, some of the proposals discussed here today double down on those failures. Methane emissions from large dairies and other factory farms' manure management are intentional production choices, not inevitable outcomes from producing milk or raising animals. CARB's avoided methane crediting to result in extremely negative carbon intensities is ensuring that the largest financial windfalls are going to the largest polluters. And as several other commenters have noted, incentivizing methane production at these facilities by default also incentivizes myriad co-pollutants that harm community and public health and the environment. In other words, CARB is poised to make an environmental injustice worse, despite better options. And I'm compelled to respond to the fear-mongering this morning about leakage, were CARB to directly regulate dairy methane emissions under SB 1383, I believe by Dairy Care's representative. Those claims are simplistic and counterfactual. Look, I work on these issues and related issues nationally, and this is a well-trodden argument against environmental protection that some of us have encountered in state after state. Changes in where the dairy industry is sited, such as away from Southern California over the past couple decades, is driven by a combination of economic factors such as processing infrastructure, local real estate prices, and urban encroachment. The idea that large dairies are going to abandon their confinement infrastructure, milking parlors, waste disposal fields and contracts, leases, business relationships, and market access simply because they are subjected to the same regulations already borne by other major methane emitting sectors in California is unsupported. And frankly, it's illogical and counter to how reasonable business owners make decisions. I will provide more detail in written comments. And furthermore, fluid milk is an inherently regional product. It is simply not feasible to produce it in far-flung parts of the country to serve the California market. CARB cannot avoid direct regulation of dairy emissions in California based on little more than the say-so of industry talking points. It must open this issue for robust input and objective analysis before locking in the LCFS's flawed treatment of livestock biomethane through 2040. Direct regulation of these emissions is the only way to meet SB 1383's targets. Voluntary incentive-based approaches will fail at the end of the day, as they have time and again in numerous other places in analogous pollution control contexts. CARB needs to focus on real solutions, not rewarding the very industries that have knowingly put us in the crosshairs of climate chaos to maximize profits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Sam Wade, followed by Christopher Templeman and Patrick Dawson. Sam, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Thanks very much. This is Sam Wade with the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas again. Really happy to see this session focused on implementation. We believe that these types of changes are critical if we're going to be successful in exporting California's LCFS policy to other jurisdictions. We believe that should be CARB's goal, and we agree with the comments that Will Brieger made about the necessity of simplicity when we look to export. The RNG industry is actively advocating for similar policies outside of California because we've seen it work as a proven tool to address society's methane emissions from the waste space. We support the addition of the Tier 1 hydrogen calculator and the updates to other biomethane calculators to include improvements and electricity end uses, hopefully aligned with the US EPA's RFS set rule. We also support the concept of a life cycle threshold in line with the requirements for hydrogen under the Inflation Reduction Act, but look forward to additional details around that from CARB. We also note that updating the Tier 1 calculators will involve a lot of stakeholder input, and the fact that April 30th, I believe, is a Sunday. So just like clarity as to if that is the date or if you guys are going to shift that at all. Finally, we don't want to lose sight of an important concept that was discussed a lot at prior workshops around a true up to be sure that projects are properly recognized for their true GHG benefits through the pathway process. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Christopher Templeman. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, this is, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So it's Andre Templeman or Christopher Templeman from Alpha Inception. Quick comment and then a question. You guys are still tackling a huge number of things, including adjusting the CI scores, or CI targets, potentially having a one-time adjustment going down, and then, but any of the very complicated things like a mechanism that would automatically adjust, or a floor mechanism or anything like that's going to be very complicated. I guess my comment would be, right now our modeling shows that by the end of this year, we're going to be close to 30 million credits in the bank. And by the end of 2024, if no changes are made, close to potentially over 50 million. I think those numbers would be pretty damaging to the price. And so I guess my quick question and comment is maybe focus on, if you need to split this into two processes. And then the question, I guess, is can you realistically make a Jan 1, 2024 implementation date for the two most critical items, which I think are adjusting the CI targets and potentially the one-time CI adjustment, as a Did you get all that? I hope.
You cut out there the last 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, I guess, sorry, I had a phone call coming in. Ridiculous system. Hate when phones come in. So my main final question was just, can you guys hit a Jan 1, 2024 implementation on the two most important things, which are the adjustments to the CI targets and the potentially one-time adjustment? And if you can't, consider then splitting this into potentially two things so that you deal with the immediate sort of putting the fire out, and then any of the more complicated things get pushed into a second process potentially. That's it.
Thank you for the comment. Our next commenter is Patrick Dawson, followed by Miles Heller and Julia Levin. Patrick, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment. Looks like we're having difficulty with Patrick, so we will move on to Miles Heller. Miles, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Miles Heller with Air Products. Thanks again for developing these concepts and the opportunity to comment. I know it's a lot of hard work. We really appreciate the simplified hydrogen calculator or your release of that. We will take a look at it in detail and comment on that in that separate docket. We also appreciate the updates to the latest GREET factors and other models. Lastly, we do support the inclusion of hydrogen book and claim. However, we are concerned with the proposed qualifications for eligibility that have been proposed. It's very important to support the development of low carbon hydrogen regardless of production technology, especially in the near term. We need to stay focused on greenhouse gas emission reductions and carbon intensity. To help the market develop and grow in line with the scoping plan, we need the ability to track credits and carbon intensity throughout the entire hydrogen value chain, similar to what is enabled for feedstock tracking and finished liquid biofuels. regardless of how the low carbon hydrogen has been produced. You reference support and consistency with the federal programs like the Inflation Reduction Act, but this federal program and the LCFS, in fact, are principally based on technology neutrality, and IRA does not specify production methods. The book and claim provisions for hydrogen should not run afoul of the technological neutrality principle in the low carbon fuel standard. We look forward to working with CARB to further refine these provisions and help them achieve the goals of promoting greenhouse gas reductions and recognize the role of hydrogen going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. We look forward to your comment.
Looks like our next commenter will be John Constantino, followed by Jin Wook Ro and Graham Noyes. John, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So this is John Costantino on behalf of the California Independent Petroleum Association. And I had a couple of questions about the project-based crediting phase out, the solar crediting for innovative crude. Hopefully those are prospective and not retroactive to projects that have already been approved and operating. And then last point I'll make is SIPA believes that there's additional accuracies that could be updated to the OPG model when using source specific and field data, field level MRR data, and we will be submitting comments as such. Thank you for the preview of the materials yesterday, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The concept right now would apply to all of the projects, so look forward to your comments on that.
Next, we have Jin Wook Ro. Your microphone has been activated. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hello, this is Jin Wook Ro, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at UC Davis Policy Institute for Energy, Environment, and the Economy. So first of all, thank you for the workshop and for this opportunity to provide a comment. So I wanted to make a short comment on the indirect land use change from the morning session. I want to emphasize that the discussion about the ILUC science is not settled yet and still in progress. So there has been a lot of publication on the topic over the last several years, and the National Academy's work group on biofuel LCA indicated significant uncertainties remain in the ILUC. So it is not clear that the existing ILUC provisions are adequately protective against the risk of harmful emissions from land conversion. And for the step, by the way, one of my colleagues, Gordon Murphy, tried to raise his hand, but I think he was skipped by accident. So could you check this one more time, please? And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jin. We will make sure that Colin Murphy has a chance to provide comments. Our next commenter is Graham Noyes, followed by Faraz Rizvi. Graham, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Thanks very much. I'm Graham Noyes, the Executive Director of the Low Carbon Fuels Coalition. We're a technology neutral trade association dedicated to the support and expansion of low carbon fuel policies. I want to commend the Resources Board for the success of this low carbon fuel standard program. For our members, it is a top priority. We have members across all the different sectors that are credit generation, electricity, natural gas, ethanol, biodiesel, renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel, hydrogen, direct air capture, and others. They, as well as OEMs and end users, including American Airlines, Boeing, Amazon, and UPS, are joining the coalition really because of the importance of this policy structure and the success of this policy structure, and they want to engage with CARB, and we really thank you for the true engagement that you have through this rulemaking process. There are obviously lots of specific regulatory issues on the agenda here. We will be providing input on specific comments where we have consensus within our membership and our policy committee. And of course, our individual members may have specific areas where they will be commenting directly. So I just want to focus my comments solely on the areas where I know we already have consensus. Number one, we support the most aggressive carbon intensity reductions feasible under the regulation. We're leading up a project with ICF to provide modeling input that's informed by all sectors. I look forward to discussing that with CARB. We're also involved in the policy design on the ratchet mechanism, and good to hear the great support here for that, as well as for climate smart agriculture, unlocking the potential of natural and working lands for carbon intensity reduction. So we look forward to working with CARB on all of those issues. Also want to recognize the importance of exportability. We are working on active bills in New Mexico, New York, Illinois, and Vermont this year already. Minnesota will soon be added to that list. We recently had a hearing in Senate EPW on a federal program, and we have very active discussions going in Nebraska, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, and Hawaii. So this program structure is really working, and we thank you for all of your efforts in this regard.
Thank you, Graham. Our next commenter is Faraz Rizvi. Faraz, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Faraz Rizvi, and I'm representing APEN, the Asian Pacific Environmental Network. Our organization has historically fought for the well-being and the benefit of communities that have lived along the shadow of refineries for the last 50 years. And this LCFS proposal fails to consider a pathway or a scenario that aims to reduce pollution in communities suffering from stationary sources like refineries or digesters. And we continue to be alarmed that the LCFS proposal has yet to limit and phase out crop-based biofuels, despite study after study that shows that they are not the climate solution that we need to invest in. Instead, it allows refineries to keep polluting in our communities. We are glad that you are soliciting additional information, but at this point in time, the workshops that CARB has been holding have been really skewed towards industry, and they're not inclusive of the communities that are directly and primarily harmed by these different sources, especially our refinery communities and rural agricultural communities. We ask that you, APEN, along with UCS and CBE, sent a letter to CARB that proposed to have workshops that are specifically aligned with environmental justice communities to have that engagement. And we really ask that before you move forward on these scenarios and these pathways, you really conduct meaningful engagement, not just the engagement that ticks a box. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment will come from Colin Murphy. Colin, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, thanks. I wanted to go to the topic about the forklifts that was brought up earlier. And one of the commenters before me had mentioned or asked a question of, sort of where the choice of 50% reduction in the EER came from. And so I think we have to think about for a minute why this problem is occurring. Right now, forklifts are providing about 7% of the credit coming into the LCFS, which seems disproportionate given the fraction of the vehicle and the transportation fleet they represent. And it's because the way that the LCFS, representing emissions reductions in a mathematical form to let you quantify them is not easy. It requires making assumptions, and the current methodology builds in some assumptions that are quite appropriate for early years in an LCFS transition and early years in an economy moving to a low carbon basis. But they're less appropriate as you get into the middle and later phases of that transition, and we're seeing that happen in the low carbon in the forklift sector. So it's entirely possible that the ideas you provided in today's workshop would address the near-term problem, but forklifts are not going to be the only example of this. Every vehicle that has an EER greater than 1 is eventually going to transition to where it represents the majority of the fleet, and the assumptions that are built into the credit quantification methodology are going to become less and less accurate over time. So I think that the approach that's being proposed here, while it might solve the near-term problem, ends up becoming a bit like a game of whack-a-mole, where every few years another subsector of the program starts over-generating credits because the credits they receive represent a structural overestimate of the amount of displaced fuel. So again, I think we have an opportunity to solve this once and for all, and to let an ounce of prevention become the pound of cure. I think the fractional displacement crediting proposal that I submitted last time and mentioned very briefly in my previous comment offers an opportunity to do this in a really minimally invasive and technologically neutral way. And I think that, you know, while I do understand the desire to minimize the total scope of this rulemaking, there's going to the pressures of bandwidth are not going to go away anytime soon. And I think there are opportunities on the table for a simple way to not just solve this problem, but to solve this class of problems, which is otherwise going to crop up again and again in the future. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter will be Michael Wang, followed by Julia Levin and Mikhail Skvarla. Michael Wang, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Michael Wang from Argonne National Laboratory. I've been the great developer at Argonne National Laboratories for almost 30 years. At first, I want to comment what CARB staff accomplished in the last 10, actually more than about 15 years for what accomplished under the California LCFS. And you deserve lots of credit for technology advancement in transportation fuels area to reduce carbon intensity. My comment is land use change. In the last several years, there have been many new studies, publications on land use changes to address both economical modeling of land use change and emission factors of different land conversions. This improvement was from international activities such as the Archaea-COSIA program and domestic activities. There are some ongoing discussion at the federal level to continue for several agencies work together to continue improve economical models and emission factors of different land conversions. So I want to make comment to make this be aware for our CARB staff, so the staff's update on outlook issue can benefit from what's already accomplished and what's going to happen in the next 6 to 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next comment comes from Julia Levin. Julia, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Good afternoon, Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. I have 4 separate questions, some of which relate to the morning's presentation and some to the afternoon. My first question, I think it's about slide 61. I'm surprised at how high the carbon intensity levels are for hydrogen on this slide, and especially because in other places, the presentation says that it will be consistent with the federal definition, which the proposed definition of the clean hydrogen production standard has a much lower life cycle carbon intensity. So it'd be helpful to understand why the CIs on slide 61 are so high. That's question number 1. Question number 2 relates to the book and claim proposal for hydrogen. Since that is going to be limited to non-fossil fuel-based hydrogen, I assume that means electrolytic hydrogen or hydrogen from organic waste. Will the feedstocks then be subject to the same requirements for electricity and biomethane under the low carbon fuel standard? Meaning, will the feedstocks be required or the hydrogen be required to be consistent with the RPS? And I hope the answer to that is yes, that feedstocks for hydrogen have to meet the same standards as direct electricity or biomethane under the low carbon fuel standard. It would be very strange to allow out-of-state hydrogen to meet different standards than in-state hydrogen or biomethane or electricity. My third question is a follow-up to Margaret Laub from Energia earlier about avoided landfill emissions. Is the Air Board going to update its assessment of avoided landfill emissions based on actual monitoring data from NASA rather than a 25 or 30-year-old assumption from US EPA that we know is grossly underestimates the avoided landfill or actual landfill leakage? That would be incredibly helpful to accelerate development of projects using diverted organic waste from landfills to meet the requirements of SB 1383. So I hope the answer to that question is yes. And then my last question is about the environmental assessment that needs to be done. How is the EA going to address the consequences of phasing out avoided methane emissions in the absence of a comparable alternative program? I don't know how that will work because we don't have a comparable market now that provides a similar price and similar rules and is life cycle, carbon intensity based, things like that. You can't do an EIA or an environmental assessment based on a possible future program. So, and both the presentation and many commenters have commented on the need to avoid basically backtracking on our methane reductions, which have been quite successful so far under the low carbon fuel standard. So how will the EA address the phase out of avoided methane in the absence of a similar or comparable alternative market mechanism? So those are my 4 questions. I know that's a lot, but these are really critical issues, and thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I can take the first 2 of your questions. So the first question is about why the difference between how the Inflation Reduction Act proposes the clean hydrogen standard, or their clean hydrogen standard, which is demarcated at 4 kilograms per kilogram of hydrogen produced. The system boundary is different. So for the Inflation Reduction Act, they take a well to refinery or well to production standard, and while our proposal is looking at a well-to-wheel basis. And so that's why there needs to be an adjustment made for the downstream and sort of related emissions. As for your second question, so the intention is to be aligned with what the current regulation is, which requires that any electrolytic hydrogen that is produced needs to be, any electricity there needs to be delivered to the local balancing authority where the hydrogen is being produced. And I guess, and someone else can take the other part of the question regarding landfill.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. Thanks, Julia. So for the organic waste, the avoided emissions, yes, we are looking at that item. We've gotten a lot of public comments on the need to evaluate it. CARB had a workshop last year on the landfill the landfill concept that spanned a number of areas within CARB, and we continue to look at the latest science and if we need to update it and how that would happen in a way that would be providing some consistency across the programs. Or at least, how we would do it in our program. So there's still work to be done on that. We really appreciate folks commenting on that, and it's something that staff are still working on, but we don't have a proposal at this time. On the EA, thank you for the question. It's a good question. I don't have a response for that at this time. Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Mikhail Skvarla, followed by Tamarko Davis and Scott Hedrick. Mikhail, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Yeah, Mikhail Skvarla on behalf of the California Hydrogen Coalition. I think we support the inclusion of hydrogen book and claim, as this will allow regional hydrogen hubs acted through the IIJA to move clean hydrogen molecules back and forth between jurisdictions. So to that end, we're appreciative and supportive of doing that, and we'll provide some additional technical detail as requested. I did have a question with regard to the tier 1 dropdown, and in that sense, there is technology for hydrogen pyrolysis, or biomass and methane pyrolysis for hydrogen production. I'm curious if maybe it's too early in the process to include that, or if additional kind of work needs to be done for that to get into a tier 1.
Let me take that second question, or the last part of that. Essentially, we want to make the tier 1 calculators address probably 90 to 95%. We do have the tier 2 provisions. So if there are other technology options to produce hydrogen, we can definitely include them in our tier 2 framework. We just don't have enough of the experience with the gasification or some of the other technologies to sort of incorporate them in a tier 1 framework.
Our next commenter will be Tamarco Davis. Tamarco, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Tamarco Davis with Lone Cypress Energy Services. I just want to speak on the support of book and claim for low CI hydrogen. I did want to ask a question on differentiating between, obviously you have blue hydrogen, you have gray hydrogen. In this consideration of proposing to exclude hydrogen derived from fossil fuel gas for book and claim, are you looking at are you looking at hydrogen-based CCS with blue hydrogen, or are you just looking at, fossil fuel produced hydrogen as a whole? Because there's definitely a big difference between if I'm capturing my carbon, and I feel like it should be allowed to also participate in the book and claim to help lower that CI threshold to participate in book and claim in the LCFS credits, versus just, I lay down an SMR, I'm producing gray hydrogen, and I'm not really trying to abate my emissions other than sourcing RNG. So maybe that's something that's more so for comments, but I was just posing the question if you all are separating, the carbon capture piece with blue hydrogen from just purely gray hydrogen produced at a refinery.
Yeah, thank you for your question. We are looking for your feedback about this question, and we have thought about it, but we don't have anything definitive. But we appreciate public feedback about it. Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Scott Hedrick, followed by Sasan Sadat and Khalid Rustam. Scott, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Yeah, thanks. Just doing a quick mic check. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Anil, I just want you to know, John Sens says thank you for your answer. I think his mic was turned off when you had asked if you had responded, and he gave me a thumbs up that it was very helpful. Scott Hedrick with Chevron Renewable Energy Group. I just want to reiterate many of the comments that were said earlier today. I appreciate all the hard work from staff that got us here. With respect to the calculator updates, first, thank you. Second, are there any plans to update the values used in ILUC? And if so, will CARB share or make available the data that will go into that update? And then lastly, my last question, it's from a technical colleague of mine. She asked, when will the 2019 OPGI data set be released to the public? And are y'all thinking of adding this data set to the latest version of OPGI? And if it's possible just to get a couple short answers to this on the call here versus writing, that would be wonderful.
Hey, Scott, this is Anil. With respect to the land use change, these are values we just don't put into the calculators without going through a complete public process. And we're not intending to for this round of rulemaking. We've reviewed a lot of the research articles, and it's not really sort of centered around any specific one way or the other, which is why we're not doing it for this rulemaking. The intent is to go to the board pretty quick enough and send sort of the messaging around the targets. So at this point, we're not intending to use any of the land use change updates because we've not gone through the public process. I'll have somebody else look at the second half of that question.
I think we'll have to get back to you on that. You can send us an email or a comment and we can try to get that answered.
Our next commenter will be Sasan Sadat. Sasan, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Sasan with Earth Justice. I didn't have enough time to ask a couple of other questions, so I'll start with just one comment and then two questions. So on the crop-based biofuels limit, you know, we're glad that CARB is still soliciting input on that. One suggestion that we provided, because you know we see that you're pointing to a couple studies that say ILUC is actually lower than, or land use change emissions are actually lower and ethanol emissions are lower. We also cited to studies showing that it's higher, including the Proceeding of National Academy Sciences 2022 study that found its carbon intensity is 24% higher than gasoline. Given the wide range of estimates, one recommendation we offered was that CARB do an updated risk assessment and bin fuels based on the range of uncertainty, and also look holistically at other impacts besides greenhouse gases. Since you've said that's a goal to not have negative impacts on food security, we know that if we hold food consumption constant instead of assuming demand declines, which effectively means more people become food insecure, that the carbon emissions of land use change go up. And so consistent with that, we're really urging CARB to consider a precautionary approach that puts fuels into different bins and caps them at their current levels and phases them out based on that high risk, because we know we have low risk alternatives today, namely local renewable electricity. Next, I would want to ask just two questions. First, I really would love an answer as to why CARB is exempting hydrogen from these deliverability requirements for biomethane. I want to know, like, how does this help stimulate demand for green hydrogen, for electrolyzers, for more renewable electricity? If I were a profit-seeking entity, I would just continue producing hydrogen through the status quo SMR, of fossil gas, and go shopping for book and claim biomethane credits anywhere in the country rather than invest in actually building an electrolyzer. So what is the justification? What is the climate or environmental justice benefit of allowing hydrogen to be exempt from that deliverability? And then next, I would ask, can CARB please explain how it's planning to apply SB 1505, the Lowenthal bill, to any HRI funding that it provides? Because as you know, CARB has a legislative mandate under this law to require at least 33.3% of its hydrogen be dispensed as green electrolytic hydrogen. But of course, CARB has never really acted on this legislative mandate. Currently, all of the quote unquote renewable hydrogen is fossil derived paired with book and claim. So we're urging CARB to ensure that any HRI funding is consistent with this legislative mandate, that it dispense a third at least of its hydrogen produced from renewable electric sources identified in section 399.12 of the Public Utilities Code. So we're hoping we can get an answer to that legislative mandate that's requiring CARB to use renewable electrolysis, not just book and claim, in any HRI that it funds. Thank you.
Jordan, I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. So the scoping plan, speaking to the hydrogen question that you had there, exemption on the book and claim side. So the scoping plan points to a huge need for hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen across transportation and across many other sectors as well, and to support build out of hydrogen infrastructure, production infrastructure. And there's a trend in the scoping plan as well of many different low carbon production types. And so we're trying to be consistent there as well. And also want to say that we do understand the 1505 requirements, and we have a 40% renewable content provision right now in HRI. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Khalid Rustam. Khalid, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment. Khalid, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Yeah, thank you for taking my question. My colleague raised his hand, I think, before me, and you guys took his question. But just to iterate here a little bit, we're looking at the modification on the forklift, and we realize that there is two main changes. The first one is to enforce metering for reporting, and the second one is to reduce the ER value by 50%. We see, I mean, the main question is between the correlation between the 50% electrification on the baseline for credit generation compared to the action of reducing the ER by 50%. I think we're taking a pool of devices or equipments, and we think that 50% of them actually reach maturity, and we're applying this 50% on the ER value, impacting both mature and immature. I mean, and with the push for electrification for the remaining 50%, I think, and enforcing the metering, it makes it very difficult for forklift trucks to participate in the program. I think we'll write more comments in our general comments, but that was the main point we need to bring up to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalid. We look forward to your comments, and specifically if there are any parts of the forklift industry that require more support and or types of equipment that would be easy to identify for as opportunities that are harder to decarbonize. Part of our thinking, the original conception of the baseline was based upon a model year, which we are trying to look beyond in looking for the future of the regulation. Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Emma De La Rosa, followed by Craig Miller and Adam Browning. Emma, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment. Emma, it looks like you're still muted.
Hi, this is Emma De La Rosa with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I have Maria Arevalo from Pixley who wants to give a comment. Her comment will be provided in Spanish. I would like to request double the time in order for me to interpret appropriately. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah, we can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. María, ¿está lista? Puede dar su comentario.
Sí, está bien. Mi nombre es María Arevalo de Pixley.
Hi, my name is Maria Arevalo from Pixley.
Estoy representando mi comunidad.
I am representing my community.
He vivido en Pixley desde 1967.
I've lived in Pixley since 1967.
Estoy aquí en representación de toda la comunidad que está enfermando en Pixley.
I am here in representation of all of the community who is sick in Pixley.
Como miembro del grupo, como miembro del grupo de residentes y defensores del aire y agua limpia en Pixley.
As a community representative of the Defenders for Clean Air and Water of Pixley.
Nuestra comunidad está rodeada de 27 lecherías.
Our community is surrounded by 27 dairies.
Incluso tenemos un digestador al norte de la comunidad.
We also have a digester that's north of the community.
Cuando llegué a Pixley por primera vez,
when I first arrived in Pixley for the first time,
había agua y aire limpio.
We had clean air and water.
Pero ahora, en ese tiempo había como 4 o 5 lecherías solamente.
During that time, there was maybe 4 or 5 dairies only.
Ahora estamos rodeados de 27 lecherías.
But now we're surrounded by 27 dairies.
7 están al norte de la comunidad.
7 of them are north of the community.
Debido a la emisión y procedimientos y creación de gas metano.
Because of the emissions of methane and the processing of methane gas.
Nuestra gente está sufriendo de problemas respiratorios,
Our community is suffering of respiratory issues,
alergias graves, sangrado de la nariz, dolor de cabeza, sleep apnea y asma.
really bad allergies, nosebleeds, headaches, and sleep apnea.
Hay un fuerte olor a estiércol que nunca se va.
There's this really strong odor of manure that never leaves our community.
Solamente en el tiempo de calor y cuando llueve es más fuerte.
When it rains and during the summertime, it is extremely strong.
Pixley sufre de baja presión de agua y contaminación de agua. Las moscas son un problema para manejarlas.
The flies are a big problem in the community. We also suffer of low water pressure and water contamination.
El agua la usan los rancheros mucho y nuestros pozos están muy bajos, el agua muy profundo para agarrar el agua.
Ranchers use a lot of the water, and the water for the community, has to be dug deep.
Debido a eso, sacan en el agua, tenemos en el agua arsénico y CPC.
Because of that, because of having to dig for water at deep levels, we have arsenic and we also have TCP.
Cuando llueve es más intenso los olores en esta comunidad.
When it rains, the odors are really intense in the community.
Pixley ha sufrido baja presión del agua y contaminación. Son horribles las moscas que nos molestan durante el calor. Estamos frustrados y cansados de este problema.
Pixley suffers from water issues, flies, and we're tired and overwhelmed with this problem.
Le pedimos al Estado, a representantes del Estado y personas que pueden hacer algo por la contaminación del aire.
We ask state representatives and staff that can do something about the air quality in the community.
Ellos hacen leyes que debemos obedecer y están para que la gente las obedezca, sancionan a quien no las obedece.
You create policies that the community and the public has to obey, and you sanction those who don't obey them.
Pedimos que ya dejen de prestar ese dinero, dar ese dinero de becas y dinero que les dan cuando ellos tienen muchas vacas y proveen más gas metano debido al estiércol.
We ask that you stop funding dairies in order to provide more manure and to produce more methane gas.
Si el gas metano fuera bueno, no sería costo de la vida de una comunidad como Pixley.
If methane gas was good, it really was clean energy, it wouldn't be at the cost of the community of Pixley.
15 seconds. Please wrap up your comments.
María, ¿tiene más que agregar?
Queremos que hagan leyes estrictas para que no siga expandiendo lecherías alrededor de Pixley y otras comunidades pobres como la nuestra.
Please create strong policies to ensure that dairy expansions are not going to continue in the community of Pixley and other poor communities like ours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment will be from Adam Browning, followed by Teresa Bui and Sean Wine. Adam, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hey, Adam Browning here. Thank you. I just have a question, and it goes back to that slide 61. And I'm not sure that I quite understand the answer yet, where it just says fossil gas derived from hydrogen cannot participate in book and claim. Is that to be read on face value, or what am I missing here?
So this is Jacob. So the concept is for book and claim is to allow for differentiation of pathways based upon the hydrogen production of differential. The proposed exclusion is for pathways that are based upon produced with fossil methane.
Our next comment will come from Teresa Boyd. Teresa, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa Bowie with the environmental nonprofit Pacific Environment. We have a consultative status with the International Maritime Organization, which sets shipping laws. I really appreciate the staff presentation and opportunity to comment. We will be submitting written comments, but I want to urge CARB to consider allowing for LCFS credits for zero emission fuel for both hovercraft and ocean-going vessels. Starting this year, both CARB's commercial hovercraft rule and the updated ocean-going vessel at berth rule went into effect, which requires container, reefer, and cruise vessels to plug into shore power. The commercial hovercraft rule requires ferries and excursion vessels to go zero emission, but other regulated hovercraft to just go to tier 4 engines. So CARB's rule could have a technology forcing effect on hovercraft vessels design and operation, and having LCFS credits will be very important to help finance a successful transition to zero emission decarbonization instead of staying on cleaner but diesel engine. Right now, CARB lists shore power to ocean-going vessel at berth as eligible for LCFS credit. However, at this time, if a port, vessel owner, or other energy supplier were to build a station to dispense green hydrogen or electricity to a zero-emission hovercraft vessel, they would not be eligible to receive LCFS credit. And so, therefore, we're urging CARB to update the regulation to apply to shore power installations serving electrified hovercraft as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. I would just like to clarify that commercial hovercraft can generate LCFS credits under a Tier 2 EER adjusted pathway, but you're correct that shore power to commercial hovercraft is not eligible for crediting. Thank you for your question.
Our next commenter will be Sean Wine, followed by Mark Ventura and Patrick Dawson. Sean, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Good afternoon, Sean Wine with Clean Energy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to comment today. I did have two questions and then a comment. I'm hopeful that you guys can address the questions. Regarding the environmental analysis that was outlined on slides 74 and 75, can you give just an idea of the expected timeline associated for this analysis to complete? And then as it relates to the analysis, does it include all three of the proposal scenarios that were presented at the workshop in November, or is it just specifically related to proposal B that is covered in this workshop? Overall, just from a comment perspective, California, as we all know, leads the country and for that matter, the world with practical environmental policies. And the LCFS is really just one example of that. As outlined on slide 23, as well as has been commented on by the vast majority of stakeholders throughout these workshops, market participants are really just asking for the most stringent compliance curve possible. So, we would strongly recommend staff pursue scenario C at a minimum, so that all the fuel categories participating in the LCFS and product investment continue to flourish for the foreseeable future. Putting restrictions on the program today really could result in backsliding of GHG reductions as existing and future projects potentially look to participate in other state programs that are available or coming online in the future, or just don't get developed outright. There's definitely some unintended consequences with what has been proposed in the workshop today, which we would be happy to expand on with CARB staff as desired, and we'll provide some written comment as it relates to that. I would just, in conclusion, say that now is not the time to be restricted with the program. CARB obviously has the full authority to come back and make structural changes to the LCFS at a later date. So we would encourage you to be ambitious with the goal setting as well as with the compliance targets. Thank you.
Thanks for the question on the EA. So the EA gets released. This is part of the kind of the reg package that we talk about, the 45-day reg package. And we call it 45-day package because it has to be put out publicly 45 days ahead of a board hearing. And that package includes the reg text, the eyesore, and the EA. So that will be put out at least 45 days before we go to a board hearing, which we're hoping to do in September. So the analysis looks at the proposed scenario and does the impacts from that proposed scenario against the baseline, which would be the current regulation. So we evaluate the proposal and the impacts against what would happen if we did not do the proposed amendments. We do look at some alternatives. The alternatives don't necessarily need to be the ones that we provided at the last workshop, and they probably won't align exactly with them. So we're still working on what those alternatives look like, but there will be some alternative analysis as part of that EA. Thank you.
Our next comment will come from Mark Ventura. Mark, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Yes, good afternoon. Mark Ventura with Phillips 66. Specifically, a question around hydrogen and renewable hydrogen. So there were prior comments that were submitted to prior workshop in terms of expanding the definition of renewable hydrogen beyond what you already have today in the existing regulation, and in particular allowing other type of renewable hydrocarbon beyond just biomethane or renewable natural gas to qualify for renewable hydrogen. So my question is, are you already incorporating those other types of feedstock, other type of hydrocarbon, namely renewable propane or other renewable hydrocarbon in the hydrogen calculator? And if not, strongly encourage you to look into that. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, this is Anil. The hydrogen was put out as a draft one because it's the first time we're putting it out. We have included biomethane, but if you have other thoughts, please put that as part of your comments to the calculator.
Our next commenter will be Patrick Dawson, followed by Floyd Vergara and Jamie Katz. Patrick, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, this is Patrick with PineSpire. PineSpire understands the need for changes for forklifts under the LCFS, but we do not currently support the many changes that CARB has suggested in this workshop. The reduction of EER for lifts with a capacity under 12,000 pounds of capacity does not reflect the difficulty we are still seeing in the industry for many folks to electrify their lifts, especially at the capacities above 3,000 pounds. We see many customers that still that have not electrified their fleets, especially with 3- and 4-wheel sit-down lifts. Those larger lifts, while they might not be 12,000 pounds, we still see a lot of them that have not electrified. We understand the need for metering, but would also suggest options to meter the forklift battery or the charger to provide both options, or provide a varying degree of options for metering, or additional data from the fleet owner to better accurately report energy usage. This could help as well with the amount of credits that are being generated by forklifts. I do have one question. If CARB could clarify their comment on the credit generator for forklifts. It sounded like you guys might be changing that from the forklift owner to the charger. If you guys could clarify that real quick. We obviously support the forklift owner being the credit generator, since they're the ones making the large investment in the forklift fleet. And that's, from rental fleets to the forklift owners at the sites, all that kind of stuff. The forklift is the large investment that has to be made. We also recommend that we have a phase in of these requirements over time, especially for metering, those kind of things. It really is going to take some time to deploy the hardware out there. There's not that many great technology options for customers who, this isn't their everyday activity to meter their forklifts. We would just appreciate time to be able to roll that out if you did move forward with that. So you could address my comment on the forklift generator, credit generator, that'd be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, Patrick, thanks for your question. Our intention is to allow for the entity that is operating the infrastructure and or operating the forklifts to be able to generate credits. If you feel like there's a conflict between the entity that owns the charging equipment or who will own the ability to report meter data, between that and the fleet owner, we would appreciate your feedback and look forward for that discussion. When we had proposed requiring metering in the past, we did not receive any feedback about that potential conflict, and so we'd be looking forward for that kind of information.
Our next commenter is Floyd Vergara. Floyd, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thanks. Floyd Vergara, Clean Fuels Alliance America. Just a couple of comments on the earlier comments with respect to the state of indirect land use change, science, and risk aversion, and all of those things. I guess a couple of points to make is, one is, I haven't seen in the rulemaking record for this rulemaking from any of the commenters or anything from CARB, any solid evidence of deforestation or food price impacts being attributable to low carbon fuel standard policies and explicitly to the growth of biodiesel, renewable diesel. That's not surprising since, that is an indirect effect. And so that, and then the second point is, the trend, to the extent that there has been uncertainties, the trend since the start of this program back in 2009 in the literature has pointed to an actual decrease in the estimates of indirect land use change penalties, not an increase. So that has steadily gone down to the point where some papers estimate that to be about 90% less than the original estimates for indirect land use change. And that's for soybean and canola. And so to the extent that this sort of thinking is informing CARB, I would suggest that the appropriate response would not be to throw out what you have in there and that's already been working for well over a decade in place of some other thing that hasn't been gone through the same process. To me, this is a fundamental change that merits the same sort of treatment and consideration that the original ILUC modeling framework underwent. So that's convening of an expert working group. You heard that mentioned earlier. Technical subgroups to look at these things. That's the sort of consideration I think that is scientifically appropriate for addressing, this concern to the extent that it's a concern at CARB. It just seems to me that it merits that sort of thing, especially since our industry has put in billions of dollars of investments, and I think it's dangerous for CARB to put in place a regulation that says, hey, we want you to bring your clean fuels to California, do what it takes to invest and produce that, but don't do too well, don't succeed too much, because we're going to throttle you back in the future. So I think we really need to think about being considerate and deliberate in making any sort of changes to that, especially replacing what's already in there and that's been working. It needs to be updated with updated science, mind you, but it's been working, and to wholesale replace that with something that hasn't gone through that same consideration, I think is bad policy and scientifically unsound. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Jamie Katz, followed by Moldy Acid and Laura Renger. Jamie, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comments.
Yes, this is Jamie Katz with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We work alongside residents of communities near the largest industrial dairies in the San Joaquin Valley that are expanding to take advantage of the LCFS's lucrative incentives. Residents live with the pollution from these facilities and feel these impacts through diagnosis of asthma, cancer, and other respiratory diseases. I want to echo the comments of Earth Justice and Food and Water Watch that CARB is obligated to consider direct regulation of livestock methane emissions. The absence of that consideration is glaring. CARB staff said today that biomethane supplies need to grow because that is what the scoping plan calls for. This is despite substantial and consistent objections from residents who are harmed by the production of biomethane. CARB ignored them then and seems poised to ignore them now. CARB now seems more worried about defending their policies and the states and private investment than crafting a policy aligned with a complete life cycle analysis of greenhouse gas emissions or equitable climate action. There is an opportunity here to restore the integrity of the LCFS and prevent further environmental justice. Doubling down on this mistake here will export that mistake to the rest of the country. Being a climate leader means leading on climate policy, not bowing to the threats of industry to take their ball and leave. We are alarmed by the greenwashing of biomethane to hydrogen pathways. First, using factory farm gas as a feedstock for hydrogen creates the same disproportionate pollution burden as using factory farm gas for other purposes. Further, factory farm gas is a controversial and inefficient hydrogen feedstock. CARB's assertion that factory farm gas is an important feedstock for hydrogen is not a statement of fact, but places a thumb on the scale. Finally, while we appreciate that CARB staff posted materials yesterday, that is simply not enough time for residents who don't do this work full time to review those materials and prepare their response. This challenge is exacerbated by the fact that CARB did not provide materials in languages other than English, nor provide an ability for residents to fully participate in those languages. CARB must remove these barriers to participation throughout the rest of the rulemaking process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Moldy Acid. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment. Moldy, are you there? We will try to come back to you. Our next comment will be from Laura Renger. Laura, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, this is Laura Renger from the California Electric Transportation Coalition. Two additional comments. First, with regard to forklifts, CalETC opposes reducing the credit value for zero-emission forklifts under 12,000 pounds. The proposal suggests that because there's a forklift regulation and there are already electric forklifts under 12,000 pounds, the credit generation value should be reduced. And this proposed 50% reduction in baseline credit generation in EER is arbitrary. Many fuels and clean fuel technologies are regulated and exist in the market, and it's inappropriate to apply these criteria to electric forklifts only. Should CARB determine new criteria for removal of a fuel or technology from LCFS eligibility, including forklifts, that criteria should be fuel neutral, support the state's goals to decarbonize transportation fuel in the transportation sector, be transparent, and approved by the CARB board. Second, with regard to verification, CalETC recommends working closely with the credit generators on third-party verification for electricity to avoid substantially increasing the cost of compliance. Adding a requirement for third-party verification for data that's already metered and regulated may cause smaller fleets to forego participating in LCFS, which would be detrimental to the program. CalETC supports a verification exemption for entities earning fewer than 6,000 credits per year per pathway in order to keep voluntary LCFS participation affordable. We'll provide written comments on other ways to lower the cost of verification. Thank you.
We're going to try Muriel Ferdinand Hercule one more time. Mariel, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comments. Okay. Moldy Asid, one more time, we'll try. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comments. Okay. Connie Cho, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comments.
Hello, this is Connie Cho. I'm an attorney with Communities for a Better Environment, which organizes an environmental justice communities across the state. So I see here there's an enormous record of evidence in this proceeding that shows we need to close some massive loopholes in the LCFS, but that has yet to happen. I really urge you to think about prioritizing direct environmental benefits that could be made in California's communities by engaging with EJ communities in a more accessible forum than these workshops, or perhaps adding a workshop to address an environmental justice analysis or an EJ scenario to the LCFS, or to effectively align the LCFS with the state's commitment to equitably manage the phase down of petroleum and other fossil fuels. Or at the very least, think it would be helpful for the agency to postpone some of these updates related to refinery projects, CCS, and hydrogen. And here's why. I'm going to highlight two areas of concern for refinery communities. Well, first, the LCFS proposal has yet to limit and phase out crop-based biofuels, despite mounting evidence about the very issues you mentioned, deforestation, the food crisis, and I would add continued pollution in refinery communities as another. And I just urge you to have the moral and political courage to follow that evidence. And second, refinery communities are also where the vast majority, or 99% of the hydrogen production occurs today. And as you may know, it's currently produced through steam methane reforming by and large, which pollutes, explodes, and leaks methane in our communities. The state's own 2022 OEHA reports that particulate matter pollution and GHGs are increasing in refinery and hydrogen communities, which are one and the same and are largely poor communities of color. So at the state level, there are other hydrogen infrastructure planning conversations that are happening, and they involve much more than industry financing. And to some extent, they're actually engaging a huge range of stakeholders, including EJ communities. It's relatively technically nuanced and much more transparent, and I don't really see anything here that reflects engagement with those discussions. And this book and claim accounting for hydrogen and the exclusion of hydrogen from deliverability requirements seems to double down on the possibility of gray hydrogen pollution in our communities, or SMR hydrogen pollution. And right now, the uncritical attention to actual hydrogen production methods means there being permits filed for increasing dirty methane leaking SMR production and pollution in these communities right now. And we should be correcting for that, not exacerbating it. So if CARB allows for the purchasing of environmental attributes elsewhere, it reads to me like a cover-up for how the LCFS would be subsidizing or driving or increasing SMR gray hydrogen pollution in refinery communities. And not to mention that it swaps credits for biomethane that EJ communities and advocates in the San Joaquin Valley have already flagged. So, sometimes if you're in the weeds too long, you really miss the forest for the trees. And I just want to be clear, and let me tell you what I see. I see a state agency that's looking at all this evidence and not only about to ignore the racially disparate impact that resulted from a legacy of intentional racism by the government, but incentivizing making it worse. And to me, that seems like a new and unintentionally very creative form of environmental racism. And it looks like this rulemaking is not merely trying to shape the market as a matter of climate policy, but that you're in the pocket of industry. And this is a big decision point, and I really urge you to engage with EJ communities. I'm a former member of the 2022 EJ Advisory Committee, and many times the LCFS was named as the place where real change would occur, not to worry so much about the scoping plan. And then now I hear CARB's now kick back responsibility to the scoping plan, which isn't actually legally binding, as I was told 1,000 times. So I think there's some real hard decisions to make here. I understand for regulatory staff, but I think from the EJ community perspective, it's very, very clear what's on the table. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who would like to provide a comment? Dennis, looks like we have a couple more that have come up. Dennis Rogoza, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks for the excellent session today. I'm the advisor on sustainability issues for the Canola Council of Canada. And in that regard, for the last 15 years, really been looking at extensive issues related to agriculture and the potential of agriculture to sequester carbon. And I just wanted to pass on kind of the Canadian story on this particular question of smart agriculture. So for at least 80 years, the federal government's Department of Agriculture has been working on this issue and assessing carbon sequestration from agricultural soils. And one of the outcomes of that, in fact, is that today, the regulatory authorities in Canada fully recognize that particular benefit from agriculture in terms of the actual CI calculations. So the government of Canada and its current CFR regulation that was just released last summer fully recognized that. The government of British Columbia has recognized it for over 10 years in the calculation regarding canola. So I offer up a suggestion here, and that is that if you look north a little bit for maybe some insight really on how to address this question of smart agriculture and possibly incorporate it into the LCFS regulations, I think Canada is a great model for that. A lot of experience, extensive peer-reviewed research, and now the regulators in Canada are actually adopting and have included smart agriculture carbon sequestration in the Canadian CI models. So I pass that along as information. I would say that as a follow-on point or commentary is that if it was of interest to CARB, maybe to engage in maybe a more formal dialogue on this question, certainly the Canadians, if you will, would be happy to participate in that process. It's complicated, there's a lot of different issues, and I think that would be extremely helpful to the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Our next commenter is Joseph Steerer. Joseph, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. It's Joseph Steyer, by the way. Well, I just have like a couple of clarifications and a few comments, mostly on electricity and verification requirements. And just to clarify, I saw on one of your slides that you're talking about like pursuing deferred verifications, and that just, when you say deferred, that means all these facilities would still need to go through, because currently, I believe, if I understand correctly, under the current regulation, no one can defer verifications any longer because the 2-year window for them to defer has been completed. Is that correct?
So this is Greg. You can defer for 2 years. On the 3rd year, you have to verify, but it can repeat. So on the 4th year, you could defer again. The 5th year, you could defer again. The 6th year, you get verified. Oh. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that deferral has ended forever now that we're in the 3rd year.
Oh, so what you mean is it's just like doing like 3 years of verification every 3rd year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Just wanted to understand that. But yeah, so first off, like I've been in and out of meetings, so if I miss some comments and I'm repeating things, I apologize for that. But one thing I would note is, I do assist we do some verifications, and we also assist clients with electricity reporting. Most of that is forklift based, and most of them tend to be really small facilities. And I'm concerned if they had to go to metering and direct metering and verification of those fleets, that they would maybe, instead of continuing going forward, probably just those additional costs would have them just abandon the program altogether. So that's just a general concern. I don't know if that's the case or not because I haven't asked them about that, but that's a potential concern I have with the program. Even with having to defer every 3 years, with the number of credits they generate, I just have a feeling that it wouldn't be worth the effort to even go through that verification every 3 years. And then if for forklifts, I'm not sure. I guess you could only verify that if that was metered, not if they're still using the current alternative method. And none of the facilities I work with currently actually do metering out of the forklifts. So I think that'd be a huge change that would impact forklift reporting significantly. So that's just my question / comment in that area. The second thing I like to speak about is verification, because we've done a few LCFS verifications, but we've done quite a bit.
15 seconds, please.
Oh, I have a time limit. Okay.
Yes.
I did not realize that. Okay. I have concerns that you might be learning the wrong lessons from adopting the greenhouse gas verification LCFS. And I think a lot of times for GHG verification, site visits aren't required. And I'd like you to look at putting some limitations, because a lot of these smaller facilities don't really require site visits when you're just reviewing transaction records. So I'd like you to keep that in mind if you're going to continue and expand verification going forward.
Thank you for your comment.
Great. Thank you for those points. We look forward to your feedback in written form if you can provide that as well. So I think that that's it for commenters. Really appreciate the engagement. I think we had at one point 850 folks on the line. And so we recognize that there's a lot of interest in this program, a lot of interest in creating that market certainty and going quickly. So I've directed staff to keep working on reg text. Really looking forward to your feedback in written form. The comments today have been really helpful. So you have until March 15th to provide comments here. And we also have the calculators. Those are linked on the workshop page as well. So please reach out to us, provide comments, and thank you for your participation today. And we will end the webinar here. Thank you all.